We're obviously getting audio levels, right? Yeah. Cool. I'm not getting that. Yeah, getting anything. Not even on anyone. Well, audio should be coming through here. It's not coming through the also actually. It's just that it's fine.
It's well.
No, she's for it.
They shouldn't be something like that. Fire.
Yeah, it's long time.
Is that what is that? Sorry, for channels or what?
No, that's overlays.
Actually, coming from there.
It's still surprising.
I would say the external
It's still surprising.
stuff we using we sent through the kit to our opinion. We were sitting here. Which I'm not so familiar with the image. So that's yeah.
You need to warm up.
It's too early.
That's where the coffee.
Your own name.
Well, just please.
Okay, cool. Now I'm
Setting.
not, like, I don't know, it's like coming, getting audio from the sun and the other side.
YouTube.
I've got it, yeah, good. Yeah, it's like,
What's the problem? Sorry,
learning. I understand further.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know why it's like.
That's so weird. It should have come. It should be embedded with the picture. Maybe it's just.
It's the same.
It's the same,
It's the same. What else?
Yeah, zoomed on. Oh, that's Zoom. We're getting another lovely naked picture there.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Morning, honorable members, AG, DG, and your team, media present, ladies and gentlemen, we would want to start immediately. We are constrained a bit, something which we have to manage. The country is in a celebratory mode, which has an escaped parliament, and the effect is that this morning, as you see, that people are ready to welcome the Springboks, who are champions around World Cup, something which I've enjoyed right through the weekend, through the week. You have seen the festivities right through the country. So, but those who want to miss that opportunity to be there, we have been informed yesterday by Parliament that there will be some sort of that activity for a period between 30 minutes and an hour this morning, ending at 10 o'clock. The arrival would be and the start at 9:30 as the expectation. So we felt that let us start our meeting earlier than that, as scheduled. If we have an experience of a vibe which is disturbing a bit, or people would have a feel that they would want to miss the opportunity, I would say it then that we'll adjourn for a few minutes so that people should not miss the site as things are happening. So let's look into it as it happens. Someone would really kill me if that doesn't happen. He's sitting at there, who's at the back or the front, Saki. You see. Nevertheless, he's part of facilitating that the meeting should sit and succeed. So welcome, AG and the team. We hope that
recording in progress.
Take each other through the items on the agenda. I understand that the chair of the audit is here. Welcome, Chairperson. I thought that as earlier I heard that you are going to be online, but we do appreciate that you are here physically. Thank you very much. You are more than welcome. What would prefer to do, as you would know, AG, would plead for your indulgence for a few minutes of your time, so that we can have 5 or so minutes with the chair of the audit and the audit committee to look into a few areas that we would want to deal with in your absence. I'm happy that those matters are explained to you, understand. So we'll have that at that time. So Chairperson will give you time in absence of the AG and the team to just take us through some elements of your work, and they're going to join us within a period of 5-7 minutes. Yeah. Can close the door. Thank you very much. Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we get into this type of exercise because those who are part of the structures which assist governance in institutions must be able to express themselves at times on matters which they feel matter for the upkeep of ethical conduct and the areas of good governance. It might be that there are matters they want to raise with us, and they are given that opportunity without the presence of those who are in the lead in such institutions. So that opportunity is given to the chair of the audit committee, as she is part of the environment within the office of the Auditor-General, to give us key warnings if there are any things that we must be able to take care on the matters which might probably the signals that would need our attention in a sense of a caution by the committee of Parliament. So before you give us your full report, we would love to give you that opportunity. If you feel that there are things which are pointers that we must take care in their absence, you're worried about certain things in terms of their own behavior on the environment and all that stuff, so you could be able to assist us around those areas. No, does it? Yes. Yes, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I am joined on the call by the two my two colleagues on the line. I just want to make sure that they are on the line. Just a confirmation of that. That's Mr. Cedric Mampuru and then Ms. Carol Rastruche. Are they on the line?
Yes, they're on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman. My name is Grethel Mutau. I'm the chairperson of the Audit Committee. As I have mentioned, I am joined by my two colleagues on the line. Chair, perhaps just on the question that you asked, whether there's any concerns that we may wish to bring to the committee's attention. I would like to confirm that we have discharged our responsibilities in terms of the as required by the Act and also as required by our terms of reference, which we review every year and get the Auditor-General to approve. And I think really it's very important at this stage that we indicate that there was nothing significant that came to attention that led us to be worried in terms of the internal controls, in terms of the financial statements, how they are presented, in terms of risk management. And I think also the important area perhaps to mention is the CPO matter. We have also noted, we've got a separate report here. We have also noted the actions that have been taken by the Deputy Auditor General, and he has kept the Audit Committee abreast throughout the time. And we have also provided oversight as and when it was required. And then we are satisfied with the progress that has been made thus far. There are still one or two matters that they are that the GAG is still handling, but by and large, we are comfortable as the Audit Committee that there isn't anything significant. And if anything, we have noted a significant improvement in the internal controls. There is one matter which we did report on last year in as far as the IT security environment. We have noted that there are additional new risks that have emerged, but the reason why those risks have emerged is because of the IT security risk in as far as cybersecurity is concerned. We are seeing that as a result of the risks of cybersecurity being escalated, there's more and more risks that have been identified. However,
As-
we are,
Just the Chairperson, I see that you're getting into the report, which would include them in a way. Our determination at this point was as to whether is there anything that you would want to say in their absence, which disturbs your working environment, which concerns you. As I got you're saying your environment is in accordance with the fulfillment of the prescripts. You are working well within the AG's office environment. There have been no issues which are of an ethical nature, which would require you to brief the committee on, except for operational matters which have been dealt with before by the committee and the Office of the Auditor-General.
correct, Chair.
I'm quoting you well.
That's correct, Chair.
That's correct. So you won't, there's nothing that you want to raise in their absence. There's nothing that you think that disturbs you in their working environment.
Nothing, Chair.
Okay,
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much. I think that's what we wanted to determine, because we must afford those who are in the audit environment committees. At times, there are hiccups. There's no cooperation that they would find amongst executives. They will be disturbed by serious matters which they would need the attention of the committee or the powers that be. Where I'm sitting, I'm happy. If you say your environment is a healthy environment, you have no problems, and as such, you respect the way you are dealing with matters in the Office of the Auditor-General. Is there any other thing, colleagues, before I ask the AG to get in for us to have a full-blown meeting? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we have the AG and the team to get in? Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, you have 10-15 minutes to take us through your report. I think you have tried to summarize it when they were not there. So, without getting back into it. Welcome, AG. You have been in the environment of audit and in the Supreme Office in the country in terms of the audit function. I hope that you're aware that there are times when you'd have to get into things that other people should not hear, which they feel that they can as well say to us in your absence. And that brings in a sense of confidence. They have informed us and advised us that the working environment in the Office of the Auditor-General South Africa is a very good working environment, and you and your team collaborate appropriately, and as such, you didn't create any difficulties in their work environment. That's why they are able to bring us the report, which has issues that are rising and matters which are of a forward outlook. That report is going to be tabled now for 10-15 minutes. If you need less, well and good, you are acceptable, but we are giving over to you, Chairperson. Welcome.
Thank you again, Chairperson. Again, just to confirm that I am being joined by my fellow committee members on the line. So if there are any questions or any clarification, Chair, if it's okay, I will be seeking their input as and when required. So just starting with the governance, we are a committee of 3 people, chaired by myself. The committee used to be chaired by Mr. John Bisman Simmons.
I hope we have these hard copies. They were been furnished with the information earlier on. Over that copy. No, look, just for neatness. Yeah. Good, okay. Over to you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I was indicating that the committee used to be chaired by Mr. John Bisman Simmons, who retired late last year, and really, as a committee, would like to thank him for all the work that he's contributed towards this committee over many years. Myself, I'm a chartered accountant. Cedric Mampuru, also a chartered accountant, and we've got our colleague Carol, who's got a MSc in finance, and collectively, the 3 of us, we do believe that we've got the necessary skills and expertise to be able to fulfill our responsibilities as required by the Act. Chair, I think in the integrated report on page 41, you will be able to find the profile. The committee is guided by the Act, the PA Act, and it's also guided by the terms of reference, which are approved by the Auditor-General every year. The committee is accountable to the Auditor-General and is also accountable to SCOEC. Hence, we are presenting this report to SCOEC this morning. Chair, we'll take you through, in terms of our governance role, the areas that we have looked at. We've looked at a number of areas: the systems of internal controls, risk management, financial statements. We do an assessment of the financial statements before they are finalized and included in the integrated report. We also give you our assessment in terms of the capacity, skills, and experience that sits within the CFO as well as his entire team. And we also look at the assessment of the external auditors, which is CRO, and we'll also have some recommendations around the reappointment or the appointment of the external auditors, which is within the mandate of SCOEC. And this year, 2 areas that we've considered is the area of CPO, the CPO matter, as well as the IT environment. So if I can go quickly to the areas that we have considered, Chair, starting with the external audit and evaluation of financial statements. Here, the external auditors presented to us their audit plan and the approach. We were satisfied with the approach and also the risk that they had identified, as well as the procedures that they followed to make sure that the audit is a robust audit and give us the assurance that the financial statements fairly present. They did present that the audit report to us, including the audit report on the performance against predetermined objectives, and there was nothing significant that was identified from there. And I also must mention here, Chair, that as the committee will also engage with the external auditors extensively outside of management as well, to make sure that there's that independence, which is very, very important for them to sign off on the financial statements. We've also ensured that any additional services that they performed outside of the external audit was done in a way that it does not impair their objectivity. The second area that we've looked at was the internal audit. The internal audit presented a 3-year audit plan to us. We assessed it. We also looked at their reports, and there wasn't anything significant that was mentioned. And we've also, they've also given us an assessment in as far as how the assessment around whether the internal controls are working as intended, and there was nothing significant that was mentioned except the area of IT security, and really the reasons why there continues to be risks in IT is mainly as a result of the emerging risks around cybersecurity. We are comforted given the fact that management is taking taking actions to make sure that the area of IT, including the new IT architecture that is currently being done, we are comforted that that will also assist in addressing the issue of IT security. But the issue of cybersecurity is an emerging continuously. It's becoming a significant threat, not only South Africa, but around the world. And it's an area that requires continuous monitoring and addressing any risks that are being identified. We are comfortable that management is working on this chain. The one area of risk management, we have been working with a team also to make sure that the key audit risks, the key risks of management, the risk management areas are being identified, and that there are mitigations in place, and very important to make sure that those mitigations are being implemented, and any areas of weaknesses are being addressed as well. I think really, in conclusion, in as far as risk management, we are comfortable that there isn't anything really that we should be worried about. So the risks are being identified, and they're being addressed accordingly. We've also assessed the finance function, including the head of the department, which is the Chief Financial Officer. We're also happy with the skills, competence, and expertise in that area. And there's nothing really, there's no area that we are concerned about. We have also, during this year, as I mentioned in the beginning, is that we also considered the recommendations that were made around the CPO matter. Chair, you would recall that last year on the 16th of September, we presented to this committee around the allegations that were made by the CPO. We have been working very closely with the DAG to make sure that the recommendations that have been made, that came out from the forensic, from the investigation, as well as the legal opinion, that to make sure that those have been implemented. We are comforted that by and large, the areas that the recommendations that have been made have been implemented. There is one or two things that the DAG is currently working on. And the last area relates to, and it's linked to the financial statements. Very, very important area here to make sure that we have an external auditor who understands the business, who's got the skills and competence, who is independent, who is able to provide an opinion and say the financial statements fairly present. We have had Crow, and Crow has been our auditor for the last 5 years. Chair, we have assessed their performance over the last a few years, and we are comfortable to recommend for their reappointment by SCOEC. I think also importantly to mention here is their BEE score that has improved quite significantly. It's currently at level 2, Chair. So this is the recommendation that we are making to SCOEC. Just as I conclude, Chair, really, as the Audit Committee, we have discharged our mandates as required by the Act, as required by our terms of reference, and we are comfortable to have the financial statements signed off as included in the integrated report. The risk management well addressed. We are comfortable with that. The internal controls that are surrounding the preparation of the financial statements that you are seeing in the document here, including the performance information, that we are comfortable, Chair. and I think really to thank the committee, to thank the AG for her support and guidance, and also the support of the DAG and her team. And thank you to the members on the line. I'm not sure if the members on the line would perhaps want to make any contribution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the audit committee. Thanks for the report. Those who are on the line, are there any comments you could indicate? Oh, no hands. No hands. Once, twice, 3 times, no comment. I think you have represented them well, seemingly.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they are not interested to contribute in that. So thank you very much. I'm not sure, AG, whether you would want us to deal with this report outside these other reports, or you would prefer an outlook which takes them overall, except for the MIs, just your own comprehensive side of a report. What is your view?
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest that we complete the feedback from the audit committee on the various matters, and then we'll go into the presentation from myself and the Deputy AG on the annual report, and then complete with the MI.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll touch MIs and then come back to
Yeah. So I thought that because there's an area of IT which is talking about, which is worrisome, would want to hear what are you doing about it. There is a matter of cybersecurity which they have cited, would want to know whether your report does carry such. So that's why I thought that maybe if we could deal with some of those elements which would indicate that already their comfort is expressed in terms of your annual report. And if we combine the two, it will give us comfort that there's a flow between the report of the audit committee and your report, in as far as the DAG would give us that kind of information. Are you comfortable with that approach, DAG? Yeah, comfortable. So what do you want to say?
If I can then proceed with the presentation of the annual report.
Please.
I'll start at the beginning so to give context, and then the DAG will deal with the internal matters, including touching on the cybersecurity and the IT function.
Thank you very much, AG. Do you have any pressure of time, Chairperson?
No.
You're comfortable? Yes, I'm comfortable. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. The presentation that we got on the annual report, which deals with the accountability for the corporate that is AG South Africa, is based on this report that we tabled in Parliament back in September. So my inputs are really just to update the committee on how we have performed for the year ended March 2023, I beg your pardon. Perhaps you also start properly and greeting yourself properly, Honourable Chair and the Honourable Members, my colleagues from the Audit Office, the staff here in Parliament, as well as all those that are online. The results that we have, as detailed in the annual and the financial and performance reports that are forming part of this integrated annual report, have been subject to the audit by the independent external auditors of the AGSA, who operate under the direct supervision and oversight of the audit committee that Madam Mudau chairs. The outcomes of the audit are detailed in the audit report, which forms part of the integrated annual report. As an audit office, we have continued to fulfill our constitutional mandate to audit and report on how public resources are used by public institutions across all 3 spheres of government. The vision and mission of our institution remains what you know it to be. It remains our North Star, ever constant. And in fact, it has informed our Culture Shift 2030, which we have spoken about with the committee at different opportunities. The financial year ended March 2023 was the very first year of implementing our new strategy. And we've done so guided by the vision, the mission, but also our organizational values, which we have shared with the committee before. The conversation I will lead now, Honorable Chair and members, it will deal with let's say the external facing part of our machinery in terms of the audit processes and audit outcomes and insight, influence, and culture shift work. And then I'll hand over to the DAG, who will deal with the matters that face the corporate, being the other two main objectives of our institution. Just a reminder around our culture shift. Our aspiration is really to make a contribution so that we have a much more direct and consistent impact on improving the lives of ordinary people in South Africa. The Culture Shift 2030 vision has also been informed by our assessment that the culture in public institutions, the behaviors, the values, the choices, the disciplines, the way things are done in public institutions needs to shift towards better performance, transparency, accountability, and institutional integrity. It is for that reason that we've then said, using our independent audit mandate, using the fact that we see each and every one of these auditees every single year, how can we contribute to getting different players in the accountability ecosystem to do their part so that we move institutions out of doing harm to the public closer to doing good. Doing good is performing consistently, effectively, efficiently, sustainably on delivering on the mandate that's been given. And the opposite will be true in the red. So our journey is about making sure that we use everything we have, our insight, our influence, our powers of enforcement, our relationships with different role players in the ecosystem to contribute to getting more and more auditees out of the red that's doing harm into the green, which is doing good. It's been pleasing, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, to see how our vision, our strategy, our approaches have found resonance with our different audiences. In fact, it's been wonderfully affirming for us when we hear leaders of public institutions in different spheres speaking about the accountability ecosystem, speaking about the need for a culture shift. It gives us every confidence that the things that we've diagnosed and the things that we've shaped as our own contribution do find resonance. The journey around saying, how do we implement our strategy deals with insight? How do we make sure that given what we do when we audit the three areas, performance information, financial information, and compliance, how do we use that insight to give people better appreciation of what are the things that they could do to drive better results? We then also look at influencing how stakeholders prioritize the things that they do so that we hopefully get them to prioritize the things that will improve better performance and strength of public institutions. The powers of enforcement, which I'll talk about in a bit more detail when we deal with the MI report for MFMA, we've applied in a way that contributes to driving a culture shift. And then having shaped the culture shift journey and having mapped that continuum that I spoke about of getting people, institutions to move from doing harm into doing good, that is what finds expression in that objective of shifting public sector culture. And of course, all of it is about saying, how do we demonstrate that we can do this still being sustainable, having the resources that we need to drive our work today and tomorrow, and how do we do so efficiently and demonstrate a discipline around more efficient use of resources that we have. The context within which we audited is one where there is complexity in the audit environment. We've spoken to the committee about the pushbacks on the audit side. We've had the appetite for real-time audits, and I think the value demonstrated through our real-time audits. We've audited many more state-owned entities, which bring with them a demand for more diverse and deeper skills, technical skills on the audit side. And then we also still confront poor quality financial statements and performance reports that are submitted to us, which then takes up audit time because we give opportunities for auditees to correct. Another aspect of our operating conditions, which I think warrants mentioning, is the persistent instances of fraud and corruption where we audit. Through our audit work and through the insights that we derive from other role players, we are able to confirm that there needs to be much more attention put to fighting fraud and corruption throughout the public sector. And all of us, in fact, have to do our part. Key operating conditions relate to the fiscal challenges, which put pressure on our auditees in terms of their ability to pay us, but also importantly, put pressure on them to improve the quality of spend. It's never been more urgent, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, for us to read this environment where there are growing needs and wants of citizens on the one hand, and diminishing access to financial resources on the other hand. This is an opportunity for all of us who operate within and interact with the public sector to think carefully about how do we shape our contribution towards improving the quality of spend, the efficiency of spend. Within AGSA, the pressure on our ability to collect audit fees shows up, and the Deputy Auditor-General will talk a bit more about that. The area of cyber attacks and new technologies is another area of risk, but also opportunity that faces our auditees, but us as well. And then, of course, we remain quite concerned about the slow improvements in audit outcomes, especially in the local government sphere. In terms of our contribution on the inside part, we audit every single one of the institutions that are in the three spheres of government. We conduct 1,000 audit reports every single year. And these audits, as you know, cover those three areas we spoke about. Having compiled the 1,000 audits, we then put together our general reports. And in those general reports, the PFMA and MFMA, we talk about what things look like. And you might recall when we did the PFMA audit results for 2022, we highlighted the growing number of clean audits at 30% of that population of PFMA auditees. We talked about how if you add the 30% and the 44%, which is unqualified, at least you've got a PFMA cycle that can put financial statements together. Our concern was that it is the smaller entities, the smaller budgets where you see the prevalence of clean audits. The 30% is the number of clean audits, the 6% is the budget that they hold. Which says then that the bigger departments, the ones that have the greatest impact from a service delivery point of view, they're the ones that struggle to compile financial statements and run their affairs in a way that is characterized by transparency and accountability. The state-owned entities, they're the ones that still struggle to get to clean audits and even unqualified. And so the focus of our message when we did PFMA was to say, yes, it's good that we've got this increase in clean audits, but if you look deeper, there's a long way to go before you have a PFMA budget that is characterized by good financial management, good performance, and ongoing transparency and accountability. The MFMA report that we tabled more recently with the committee in June of this year dealt with the outcomes for MFMA. And here we did talk about the fewer clean audits, whilst we highlighted that the disclaimer audit opinions were starting to improve, and that was credit to the support and the responsiveness from the provincial governments in particular. We were concerned that there was slow improvement in terms of how local government runs its financial management affairs, and that was translating into the service delivery aspects. And we did give a stratification of how each of the different categories of municipalities perform. And here our message was that the metros are not doing as well as they should, and that was crucial given the impact on the budget, but also their impact on the number of households that they serve. We'll be coming back shortly, Chair, to talk to you about PFMA 2023. That'll be towards the end of this month. And then in the conversation later today, I'll deal with the MFMA MR report. So our work continues. Even when we report to you in one cycle, in the background, our work continues. Our general reports cover cover different areas, and we work quite hard to give insight on what's happening, especially with these big departments, the service delivery ones, which need constant attention if we are to get quality of spend, quality of delivery, and have a direct impact on improving the lives of citizens. The messages we have shaped by looking at value chains throughout all of the key service delivery departments. We've invested in our capability to do that. Our audits are conducted by multidisciplinary teams comprising accountants and auditors, but also complemented by experts in other fields, legal fields, engineering, quantity surveyors to help us assess the infrastructure part of our work, sector experts in the medical field as well as in education that help us give much greater insight on the full value chain of these critical sectors. The work that we've done, Honourable Chair, has been informed by the section 20 of the PAA, which says, AG, when you audit, look at financial information, performance information, and compliance. All we've done over this past year or two is to deepen our work on performance information, to say, how can we start to give greater insight using the fact that we have this mandate, we do this work anyway, but how can we shape our work so that we start to close the gap between what people see as AG messages on financial information, but service delivery not happening on the other side? How do we close the gaps? We believe wholeheartedly that our use of multidisciplinary teams, our deployment of world-class audit methodologies, which deal with financial information, separate from performance information, separate from compliance. And then we've integrated these methodologies so that we can trace the same rand, the same resource that goes through a system and give better insight on how that system has performed on mandate. So you might have noticed that our messages start to look at projects because we say, it can't be that we tick a box and say the debits and credits are right. The rand goes through each of these processes. That money, yes, must comply with the requirements for financial management, but it must also be dealt with in a way that is consistent with the law. For example, if you're procuring, if there's non-compliance, quite often it leads to leakage and inefficient spend. And the quality of what is then delivered is not consistent with what's expected. And the same rand, if you follow it through to the performance information, you can assess whether or not what Parliament intended when they agreed and approved an annual performance plan is being delivered as a project or as a program. And the recommendations we can give look not just at debits and credits, do your reconciliations, but look at the entirety of the public institution. Honourable Chair, we have pushed our teams quite hard. We've gone to look at different programs. We've gone to look at different projects. And it was all in a quest to drive this message that says the public institution doesn't begin and end with debits and credits. It's about how does it perform on mandate and what it is it's expected to do. It's been quite hard, but also I think quite inspiring for our teams. The quality of our recommendations is improving. The quality of our conversations with people who run public institutions is improving. And also the insight we can share on the things that need to be driven if we are going to improve the lot of public institutions. That is improving quite significantly. And I also believe that the quality of our audit is also improving because we are starting to see the whole and not just the distinct parts. So I'm incredibly proud of what Team AGSA has been able to achieve by deploying our methodology, but also the multidisciplinary approach and the value chain sector-based approach. I know quite often we get asked about the special audit, the discretionary audits. Are you doing performance audits? When I talked about these 1,000 audits, I was highlighting that we've used our capability for performance audits to enrich our annual regularity audit. So we've integrated that. However, we've not neglected the opportunities to add value through specialized discretionary reports. We published a report on the water sector earlier in the year, which gives a good sense of the issues in that sector, and is contributing to the type of improvements that need to be made. We also issued a special report on Postbank and the cybersecurity risks there. We also issued a performance report on the rehabilitation of derelict and ownerless mines, which was a follow-up audit from work we've done before. And as you well know, we did the real-time work on the flood disaster relief work. And those are the specialized discretionary audits that we've done over and above the annual regularity audits that we're required to do. Going forward, we'll continue to invest in our data analytics so that we enhance our messages and deliver even better insights, and also enhance our ability to deliver quality, efficient audits. Our quality control stands us in very good stead, and the DAG will talk to the quality control results that we've been able to deliver. And as I said, our world-class methodology, our multidisciplinary teams, they've been able to strengthen how we've audited and how we've delivered insights to those that run and oversee public institutions. Going forward, I think we also want to keep building on how we share these insights. One of the things we picked up as best practice when we talk with our global peers is that it's helpful to have an overall consolidated audit plan that looks at your entire portfolio, so that you can design your work so that you look at better themes. You also give predictability to your auditors as staff, but also the auditees as the people that are your stakeholders. So we've been doing that, and we'll continue to enrich our work in that regard. Perhaps the last comment I'd like to make on the area of insights is our collaboration with civil society organizations. It's been something that we've spoken about in terms of wanting to do more and more of it. I'm pleased to report that we have deepened that work, and we saw the benefit of the investments we've made in these relationships when we did the flood relief audit processes, when we did our assessment of metros. So the relationship with the CSOs is starting to deepen our understanding of the areas where we audit, but also it helps us get better reach to citizens in terms of the audit results, the audit messages, but also the feedback for us on how we can continue to enhance what we do. On the influence aspects, which is the next part of our strategy, I think the honourable members are acutely aware of this ecosystem of accountability. And as I said, it has been largely embraced by all of the stakeholders that we talk to. Our constitutional stakeholders, whom we've identified as the accounting officers, the executive authorities, parliamentary and portfolio committees, the National Assembly, provincial legislatures, and coordinating bodies, being the departments that sit at the center of government. We've been engaging with them. The discipline of engaging with them has increased, and we've actually been able to see more of them than we had originally planned. Part of it relates to the additional work we conducted on the flood relief. The non-constitutional stakeholders we continue to work with in terms of understanding the spaces where we audit, getting greater reach for our messages, and enriching the work that we do. On the power of enforcement, we've been continuing our journey of implementing the MI process. You may recall that we started back in 2019 with very few auditees, and we've increased that quite rapidly to a point where in the financial year that we're reporting on, we audited and applied these powers at a total of 706 auditees. We've deepened the way we approach this work, and we've been able to integrate it into our strategy of culture shift. And as I'll give you some insight later on, we are seeing some gains when accounting officers respond. We're seeing that in the main, accounting officers respond to MIs. What we all need to keep insisting on is that that level of responsiveness translates into other audit findings. We've also been able to calculate and assess the contribution we're making in terms of resource protection, because when we implement an MI and there is progress towards recovering funds that were being lost. That's saving money on the fiscus. When there's progress of money coming back into the fiscus, that's a wonderful contribution, as is the other contribution that comes when corrective action is taken, because that sets a different culture. So I believe that our team has really hit a sweet spot in terms of implementing these powers. We still have some challenges in terms of progress relating to instability. Where there's instability in a public sector institution, it delays progress, not just on MIs, but on everything else. We've also found that some accounting officers keep asking for extensions on dealing with matters when in fact they should be dealing with them quickly. Again, that's a culture thing, and we have to keep finding ways to invest in improving that. The public bodies that we work with, sometimes the matters take a long time to be dealt with. Just the other day, I was pleased to hear on the radio that a matter we had raised as an MI in one of the municipalities in the Free State, and we raised it 3 years ago and referred it to the Hawks. There were arrests relating to that. So it does take time, but it does happen. And I think it is inspiring for our team. But I think more than anything, I just want to indicate to the committee that we have continued our work on this, and we have been able to deliver value. We are able to brag about the amount of money we're saving the fiscus on the next 2 slides. So if you look at the MFMA report or the PFMA report, which is sitting here, we were able to save over R1 billion. This is now as at the end of 2022 audit. We'll come and indicate to you what the numbers look like for the 2023 audits. And I think as a result of our work, controls are being improved, disciplinary processes are happening, investigations are happening, contracts are being stopped. The one thing I would want to highlight on the slide is that on the bottom left-hand side, you'll see that we said no actions were being taken to address the matters we raised in at least 82% of the cases. What we're saying there is that the matters we raised, it took an MI for an accounting officer to act on something that they should have been acting on anyway, which is the point around how we've got to get accounting officers to act quickly when things are being picked up, either by internal audit or by AGSA. And maybe the last thing on the slide, if you look at the number 169 MIs where we can attach financial loss. The financial loss we were able to estimate at 12 billion rand. And if you look on the right-hand side, we said losses prevented, losses recovered, etc. That's sitting at just over R1 billion. You've lost 12 billion rand, you can only collect R1 billion. That's what happens because we take too long to deal with matters. It's great for Team AGSA that we can demonstrate the impact of our powers. But if we're considering the idea that we are in a season where we've all got to be worried about efficiency of spend and resource protection, it is definitely much better to prevent problems in the first instance and then to act quickly when things go wrong so that you're not waiting for so long that your ability to collect what is due to you or to recover losses is constrained. The next slide deals with MFMA. It's a very similar story, but I'll deal with it when
motive is the figure based on sample or the totality of the actual audit.
and this is
Totality of actual audit or a sample.
these are MIs that we picked up, and we would have picked them up as samples because it's non-compliances that we would have picked up through sample. So these are just things we've picked up on, Chair. So, yeah.
Just to determine the depth of a problem. Because if you are talking about a sample in a totality of 103 audits,
Yes.
you've picked up about 90 audits or 100 auditees. What is left behind is a tyranny of such in terms of indication.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the
What
same
disturbing
story,
you?
that's fine. The same story on MFMA. 87% of matters should have been picked up anyway, but they're only picked up when we raise it. The loss that we were able to assess is also much bigger than what we can claim as having been picked up, but we'll come to MFMA when I deal with that report more extensively. So it is still much better to sort out a culture of responsiveness and responsibility by those that run public institutions than to rely on one instrument that comes way after the fact. On shifting public sector culture, here we're dealing with having identified the criteria for plotting auditees, whether they're doing harm or whether they're doing good. And we've shaped that criteria and we looked at 4 critical areas. We looked at their disciplines around transparency, their disciplines around performance, around accountability, and around institutional integrity. For we believe that those 4 things, if attended to, give an institution a much better chance of proper financial management, predictable good performance and service delivery, ongoing compliance with the rule of law and with policies, as well as an ethical culture where there is responsiveness to problems as soon as they are picked up. So we've plotted 422 of our auditees, and we've identified where they are, and we've also shaped together with them a plan to get them to move along the continuum. We have a very bold ambition. We believe that we can certainly contribute to driving our auditees away from doing harm into the space of doing good. We're targeting quite boldly that we'll get at least 30% of our institutions into doing good by 2030. And at least only 10%, at maximum 10% in doing harm. At the moment where we sit, you've got 52% that are doing harm. We believe we should be able to move most of them at least out of doing harm. And then we should be able to get more of them, at least 30% into the space of doing good. It's a bold ambition. It's a bold plan. It's one that we've carefully constructed internally, but also in consultation with the different auditees. We've shaped with them, whether it's the accounting officer, the executive authority, the audit committee, the internal auditors, shaped with them a plan to move them from where they are towards the right of that continuum. And if we keep doing that with every single one of these institutions across the different spheres of government, we can get more and more moving in the right direction. So that's our plan, and that's the thing that's keeping Team AGSA wide awake at night, but truly energized in the work we do. We believe that by giving proper insight and spending time with the right people and influencing their choices, we can get the space moving in the right direction. Our experience is that there are many people in the public sector who do want to do good. We must use the opportunity to inform their actions so that they do together move institutions in the right direction. And those that don't want to do good, we must make sure that the people who run public institutions remain responsible and accountable for casting out those that don't want to do good. Chair, that's my input for this morning on the annual report. I've taken you through what is the work of the AG, so that outside of the audit reports that we bring to you as general reports or the MI reports, you have a full context of where we are in implementing our strategy and what this first year has looked like. With your permission, I'd like to hand over to the Deputy AG to take us through the next 2 objectives.
Thanks, AG. Just before you continue through the AG, I don't want to be accused of locking people into the room while others are feasting in motions, not feasting in the actual literal sense. On site, the Springboks seemingly outside, and they were singing the national anthem at some stage. I hope they are through with it. if anyone would want to catch that site, is free to do so. And will determine the number of those who are remaining so that we don't continue while things are happening out there. Otherwise, I will plead for your indulgence for plus minus 30 minutes of your time, so that anyone should choose to catch a moment must be able to do so. And then we get back and start with the work to do. A very, very exciting, interesting report, which I think is going to attract some discussion so far. So I don't want the DG to get into it and then at the middle will break out there. I hope, wanting to be fair, you know, I see there will be eager people, they come in, faith, you know, regalia, you'd cry foul if I don't give you that opportunity. So even that you are free to do so. We will convene in the next 30 or so minutes. The time now is
almost quarter past.
Okay, almost quarter past. So we'll get back at quarter to. If it's not finished, I don't know. Let's get a glimpse of what is happening there. Not necessarily to get the totality of things there. Can we get back at 22? 20 to 10. Yeah. 20 to 10.
11.
20 to 11. Yeah. Yeah, 20 to 11. Yeah. Please, eh?
Yes.
Saki. Ukhulule fundi.
I will be convening you at 11 till the chairperson is not there.
Can we get back the DG is in?
What's that 5 minutes? So the 20,
22, one question.
25.
Is it?
5 minutes in.
Oh, yes.
Chairperson. Chairperson. Chairperson.
Yes, Mnumzane, you have missed up, Lenza.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Hayi, dekwa.
Ah, that's good.
Pula. To prove ubana ndidekwa ndifuna ukulungisa le nguwe lo ubeka amaxesha amaninzi but ugqibele usithi by 22 masibuye.
Yes.
So ke uba khona abantu masiqhubeni.
Akabe 22.
Besenenzela no test lo mboko wam uba uyasebenza na.
Well and good. Well and good. Ubumyolwa. Yeah. We got part of the good report and then we got part of it. I think we got there.
So, we should finish by 1 at least.
Yes.
Still have 2 hours.
Yes, by 1 will be true.
Copenhagen is Frida.
Frida. The Copenhagen. Yeah. Hello, what's up? Yes, up and up. Spelletjes. Ja, dag van spelletjes.
That was with you, Chair. Yeah, that was worth the break. Thank you.
Yes. When the Auditor-General says so.
That's not good left.
Absolutely. We got more than what we needed. The value is multiplied. You know, it's multiplied. We came here for a meeting. We didn't know that there will be an add-on just to join South Africans. Yeah. Well, colleagues, can we reconvene? Taking that, Honorable Mlenzana, are you still with us?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. And the Audit Committee is still there?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. If then that is the case, colleagues, can we reconvene? We broke at the time when the AG finalized her part of the presentation, culture shift, the categorization of auditees, which was a part of very interesting outlook out there, which gave us some kind of depth of what their work is taking us to. From the areas that relate from doing nothing and taking auditees to where they ought to be. And that culture shift is a huge task which the AG's office, not only the office, but seeks to take the institutions that ought to account for fiscus together into a comfortable area of where we're supposed to be. So thank you very much, AG, for your part on that. DAG, we're going to start at the sustainability. That's right. Welcome.
Thank you, AG. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Audit Committee Chair and Audit Committee members on the line, and my colleagues. Can you hear me? I'll speak a bit louder, Chair. Okay. So we can see that culture shift is really in action when as Parliament session will pause to go and celebrate with the box. Thank you, Chair. Chair, we take quality as an office very serious. The quality is our license to operate. And I'd like to confirm to the committee that in the year that we just completed that we are reporting on, we achieved an 84% quality. We have an independent team that look into the quality aspect to ensure that the opinions that we issue, they are not questionable, because that's the only way in which we can add value. You will see in the graph there that there's been a steady growth over the number of years, and we are maintaining it within our range, which is 80 to 90%. This has been achieved through investment that has been made in specific initiatives over the years. Some of them including professionalization of our audit office from an auditor's perspective, which I'll talk to later. Going to the next slide, Chair. There was a new standard last year that was implemented called ISQM. The Honorable Chair and the committee might be aware about the number of audit failures in the recent years, some of them that happen even in our country. So the international standard set a new one, which effectively what it does is, for the private audit firm, the responsibility for quality sits with the CEO. In our case, the AG is the one who's ultimately responsible for quality. And that's what the standard says. We've made gains in the past year, Chair, because the standard was effective from the 15th of December. And through some hard work in the office, we're able to be fully compliant with the new standard as the AGSA. When we hear from IRBA, which is the regulator for most auditors, when they share with us is that we've made significant progress compared to the rest of the private audit firms. So for us as AGSA to have made such progress to be fully compliant with ISQM was indeed a great lot of work. And I want to thank the team that helped us to get to that. Part of that, it involved a lot of people going through retraining to ensure that we are fully compliant with the standard, Chair. I mentioned that one of the things that made us to be able to achieve our quality over the years is professionalizing of our teams. This has been achieved through a dedicated focus onto our young professionals. If you look at this slide, Chair, and I'd like to emphasize the pass rate that we have achieved in the CA studies. In the past 2 years, when you look at those numbers, we have achieved over 500. As close to 550. Having the box spirit, Chair, and we'd like to congratulate the box once again. I saw them in a bus. So to conceptualize the numbers, if we were to do a victory parade of the people that qualified as CAs, we'll need over 8 buses. That's the number of people that we take in the past years. We don't want your own parade.
AG, your parade is starting in Pretoria and up to. But Chair, it's a serious contribution not only to the workforce of the office, but this is a contribution that we need to make for the country. Yeah. These people, while we need them for our own good, we can't keep all of them. So when we say we need to do the culture shift, and we say it's a long-term goal, we need to produce professionals who are ethical, who understand accounting matters, so that when AG comes and say there are lack of professionalization, we produce a pool of people that can go and service the public sector. So this is our contribution in the long run in terms of transforming the skill gaps within the country. And this has been an effort over the number of years. So while you will see that in the past years, the numbers were low, the dedicated effort that went into this scheme is now producing results. And in the same spirit that we're talking about the box is that this thing is not short-term gains. Sometimes you need to take the short-term pain for the long-term benefit. We made a decision in the long time not to support too many schemes, and we focus on the CA scheme. That focus allowed us to dedicate our effort into a particular scheme that we believe is what is required to professionalize the audit office.
There were not enough CAs in the country, there were not enough CAs in the profession, and through the work that was done by the executives, starting back in the days of AG Terrence, to now we're seeing the benefits. So some of these things is not overnight success. And it feels good because when you look into the profile of the office, in terms of our demographics, we are giving people a chance who will not have had a chance to be CAs. It is a moment that we're always proud about because it's not about us, but it's about the next generation that will take the baton forward. I think I've covered the next slide as well, Chair, in terms of our numbers. We are very proud in the fact that we're achieving these things while sticking to the demographics of the country. We are a majority female-led office. This is a particular focus from our intake. So when we do our intake, we are taking more and more females. So when you walk into our office, you do see that we are a fairly representative of the country. The third accountant remains the largest group of audit professionals that we have. In fact, Chair, we're contributing 9% in terms of the numbers that came through the cycle output. We are the third biggest contributor in the country of CAs. I think it's important to note that we are even bigger than some of the private audit firms that has got bigger pockets than we do, and our contribution is very significant. Chair, we are achieving this while we are not shying away from our transformation targets. In terms of our bias towards females with them, we are giving opportunity to the disabled. We continue to be a level 1 BE contributor. And in terms of the work that we give to the private audit firms to assist us during the peak period, we are also specific in terms of giving more work towards Black-owned firms. We have given 641 million towards Black-owned firms, but we are also specific in terms of Black women-owned firms that we have given 218 million to them to ensure that they are sustainable. We've got deliberate action in terms of supporting some of the smaller firms to ensure that we give them the edge by giving them work within AG, but also go a step further in terms of assisting them with some other things such as being registered with SICA. We do give them the support that if they were to be on their own, they will not be able to sustain themselves. We see this as a critical part, Chair, that we should transform the auditing landscape. And it is our role as AGSA to leverage our work to give them access to some of the work that they are doing. Chair, we spoke about the need to be relevant as an office, and this talks to our digital transformation of the business. In her report, the audit committee chair mentioned some of the successes that we have achieved around improving our resolution of the audit findings, which I'll talk to now. But a key success that we are implementing at the moment is the implementing of a new audit software program, which will replace the current one. It is a massive project, Chair, and we dare not fail because it's critical in terms of enabling our people to do their work better. We are aware about the security threat, especially in the country. I think, Chair and honorable members, you will be aware that a number of entities in the past year in South Africa, they were hacked and they were victims of cyber security. So what we do as part of our mitigation strategy is to do proactive vulnerability tests. So we get the good hackers to come and hack so that we see whether there's any vulnerabilities. So when we talk about the effectiveness, it's really around that. So what we do is on a regular basis, we get the internal audit team to come and do a penetration test so that if there's any vulnerabilities, we get to know about it upfront and close it. It is a better approach to get to know from the good hackers than the bad guys to come and exploit those. And that is why you will see now and again a peak around it. We are going to continue doing that. In terms of the traditional ICT findings, we've been able to resolve a number of them. We've got a 96% close out rate. And for that, I'd like to thank Pilar, who is sitting over there, and his team, who have been placing a fully dedicated effort in terms of helping us with the ICT issues. So what we have done around this area is we've got the ICT that keeps on keeping the lights on, and now we've got a new stream that is focusing on the digital transformation. When the lights are on, you can now focus on doing new things. So we have been exploring things such as robotics, where we have a robot that helps us to do things that previously used to take a human being quite a significant time. While this is internal focus, we're also going to go in terms of our audit space to make sure that we use digitization to improve the way that we do our work. We do appreciate that in this era, you cannot continue doing things manually. Our auditors will then be free to apply their mind on the things that matters. So I do think that the digital transformation, while it's exciting, it will come with its own cost. We estimate to spend about 1.6 billion in this journey in the next few years. And I will talk to some of the things that we're going to ask the committee in terms of supporting us with that particular journey. Third, it is important for us as an office to do our work in a sustainable manner, but also do it in an efficient manner. We do understand the pressures on the fiscus, and it's important that we execute our mandate as efficiently as possible, and we keep looking into ways in which we can improve that. So one of the ways that we are doing at the moment is that we are assessing our audit processes to identify if we can automate. I've spoken to the journey that we are taking. It is a journey. We are going to try to automate as much as we can. We are introducing differentiated audit methodologies, which we call them, which allow us to say, let's not go with the same approach based on the type of audits that we are doing so that we are as efficient as we can. AG mentioned earlier that we are using data analytics as much as we can. This allows our people to audit what matters. You spoke about the sample chair. The more we can use data analytics, the more we can cover in terms of being able to cover the entire population at some stage, and so that our people can then focus on those things that matters. We are intensifying the hours that we spend and that we recover as an office to ensure that we are financially sustainable. One of the things that we are doing around the efficiency baseline, Chair, is that we are looking into developing tools that will assist us in, firstly, our internal processes, but also on the audit side of things. Chair, I would like to move on to talk to some of the internal focus areas that we have committed to you. I will not touch on everything, but some have already explained to you. In terms of our internal focus area, we are focusing on leadership alignment. One of the things that we did, Chair, was to have a summit, and thanks a lot for gracing our summit early this year, Honorable Chair, where we got the senior leadership to be fully aligned around the culture shift strategy. You will recall last year when we met with you, we explained that as part of the culture shift strategy, AG went to each and every office and told our staff as to why must we all accept this ambitious new strategy of culture shift. And that message has really landed very well with our people. They now fully understand as to why we do that. And that's why we're seeing our people being able to go out of their comfort zone to do the things that are challenging as far as the strategy is concerned. In terms of those roadshows, Chair, we have seen how our people have now grasped the culture shift way of doing things, where they're thinking about how do we shift our auditees from doing harm to doing good. So instead of us just giving audit findings, we're finding ways in which we engage better with the stakeholders to ensure that they fully understand the message that we are putting out there. I've spoken at length earlier about improving our technology capabilities. It is an area that we continue doing. And the approach was first to stabilize the current business and then focus on the digital transformation that we are investing quite significant effort in that, and it's going to need some capital investment. We have made significant progress on the audit software replacement journey, and it will be very exciting because besides it being used by the office, we see it being a platform that the smaller audit firms that work with us can leverage the same technology to do their work when they're supporting us, but also maybe when they do work somewhere else. We do see this as a game changer in terms of the enablement to do audit within the country, especially for the smaller firms that are working with us. Financial sustainability, Chair, remain a focus area. For us to maintain our independence, we need to be financially sustainable. Still on the previous page, we still need to be financially sustainable. And most of the things that we're doing is looking into how do we execute our mandate in a manner that is financially sustainable. So we are looking into ways that we can better utilize our people, where we do what we call pooling, The people are allowed to go to other provinces to go and assist when work is higher in a particular area and they've got spare capacity. Chair, for an office like ours, it's very important that we maintain our ethical posture. And I'm happy to confirm that last year we were assessed as a AA ethical maturity, which is a very good standard, Chair. As an office, we need to lead by example. And whenever there are issues that we have to deal with, we deal with them internally. And also we report to SCOWEC. You will be aware there were issues last year. We have dealt with them, we closed them. The committee will have told you that we have dealt with everything that needed to be dealt with internally. So we make sure that we continue with that. We do engage with our CWC firm to ensure that our ethical approach is not only done by us, but even the firms that do work on our behalf. We do attempt to resource for success in terms of continuously professionalizing our office, like I've mentioned earlier on. We do maintain a low psycha risk rating, which means that when we train our people, and psycha, which is the body that sees whether you are training your people well, they come and say that we are doing it very well. Okay, I would like to move on now to talk about our financial performance. The details are in the integrated report, and I do hope that the members have gone through it. So I will just leave some of the key numbers that are captured in our annual financial statement. Chair, Honorable Chair, in the past year, our revenue was 4.5 billion, which was an increase of 4% compared to the other year. Part of this revenue, Chair, was achieved by us doing what we call staff pooling, meaning while people might be placed in a specific business unit, we try to leverage and try to get the best out of their time, where we move people to go and assist. That particular initiative in the past year gave us over 200 million as compared to 120. It's a dedicated effort to ensure that we first utilize our own resources before we give work away. We do know that we do use CWC, which is a critical strategic aspect, because given the work that we do where there are peaks, we'll never be able to resource the office to service that peak period. So we do leverage that. But whenever we can, we also get our people to get their hands dirty and go and assist where work is needed. Honorable Chair, we started a new program which was only later in the financial year because it happened in December, so we only got the benefit of the last quarter, which we call Ahluma. In the past, we used to train a number of our people and then we release them into the market. Now we are keeping a number of them that assist us where we need gaps in the main business. We do think that that gives the individual better training and also assist us in terms of being able to train them to a stage that once we release them to the market, they will be able to make a significant difference. Chair, as an office, we are aware about the fiscal challenges and we adopted some strict cost optimization initiatives. This have led to us in the past financial year managing our overhead expenses at 1.4 billion, which was a slight decrease compared to the prior year. We are going to continue with our cost optimization initiatives because we do realize that things are tough. Some of this will mean that we need to take some short-term pain for the long-term gain. And I would like to thank the CFO and the rest of the team that is really driving this particular focus. Chair, while we are trying to do all these things, and another focus is our debtors book. We do still have over 1 billion rand that is sitting out as unpaid debtors. We do know that it is a focus that the audit committee, first of all, has been pushing us, and we have adopted some few initiatives such as ring fencing. The ring fencing process that allow us to get 60 million. What we do is for auditors that are struggling to pay us, we get into an agreement with them where we ring fence the old debt and have a payment arrangement with them. We also are leveraging our litigation part where we are trying to litigate. That gave us almost 200 million in the past financial year. We still call on auditors to prioritize paying their audit fees. Our financial independence depends on us being paid for the fees that we have conducted. These fees are agreed upfront with the audit committee before we start the work, and that should be properly budgeted for. There is no reason why these fees should not be paid, Chair. The the cost optimization strategies that we adopted, Chair, allowed us to realize a slight significant surplus compared to last year, which was 40 million. In the past financial year that we're reporting on, we have over 260 million in surplus. This was because of the cost optimization initiative that we have taken. We are going to continue to look into ways in which we can do our work while we do some cost optimization. At the end of the financial year, our bank balance was sitting at 707, which was slightly below the target that we have set ourselves of having a cash cover that allow us to have enough cash in the bank that can cover us for at least 2 months. This only was covering 1.6. It is an area of focus where we're going to collect more, but also to try to save cash whenever we can. For our independence, it's important that we have enough cash that can sustain us. The COVID period showed us that if you don't have enough cash and the country goes into a lockdown, you could suffer, and we need to make sure that we keep our eyes on our cash coverage. I've spoken about the debtors book just to emphasize and that last year it was sitting at 10.8. The main areas that have helped us to collect was the ring fencing, as mentioned, and also through the litigation, we're able to collect 199 as compared to 156. It is important that we call again on our debtors to pay, but I'd like to thank the committee and also National Treasury. They've now budgeted the full amount of the 1% debtors, and I want to thank National Treasury for finally coming to the party in terms of paying the full amount. So with effect from the 1st of April this year, they budgeted the 120 million, which will be the full expectation of what the 1% will be. We are in discussion with them about the backlog for the years that they were not paying the full amount, and we do appreciate their commitment to assist us as far as those auditees that are not financially viable to pay their audit fees. Chair, I'd like to share with you some success in the past in terms of our post-retirement medical aid liability. You will recall in the past we had quite a significant amount of this. What we have done is to buy it out. So we offered members, and we are glad to report that 258 members accepted our offer to buy back the liability. So it's no longer in our books, but there's still a small portion that is still there. So it has reduced by 36 million from 49 from 49 million, and it went down by 36 million. We are still looking into ways as to how we can get this liability off our books, and I'm glad that the success for last year was significant. Lastly, Chair, when I get to the last part, which we usually ask the committee, which is the retention of the surplus. According to Section 38 of the PAA, we do need to consult with SCOWEC in consultation with National Treasury to ask the committee that we retain our net surplus. Given the cost optimization that we put in place in the past financial year, Chair, we do have a surplus that we would like to request the committee that we do retain in consultation with National Treasury. While the surplus looks good, it is still tied up in debtors. So it will be important that we get this surplus from the debtors figure into our bank balance to allow us to spend on our initiative that we are putting in. As part of the culture shift, we do embark on a capital investment. I did mention that we estimate to spend 1.6 over the next few years, and it will be important that we do have access to funds, and we see the surplus as one way of doing that. Chair, while we're going to continue to always engage with you on an annual basis, the next ask is that we'd like to get an in-principle approval from the committee to say that when we are working on the cost optimization, trying to find ways to have a decent surplus to fund our capital investment, we do request the committee to consider giving us an in-principle approval to keep the surplus in the midterm. We are still going to consult the committee on an annual basis in terms of asking specific approval in terms of retaining those particular surpluses. I'd like to thank you, Chair, and I want to thank AG for leading us in terms of the presentation. I would like to take questions as far as this is concerned. Back to you, AG.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that we need to hand back to you,
He's
Chair.
telling the meeting. I'm so sorry, sorry, Chair. Honorable Chair, back to you, back to you. Well, over to it. You know, this coming from the office, the protocols are kept in a way, so the line back to the AG, AG back to you. Very good, Servant.
No, thank you, Chair. At least there's order, right? No, nothing from my side, Chair. It was just to thank you once again for the opportunity to share our story in terms of how we've run the institution and performed our duties over the performance year ended in March 2023. I'll hand back to you, Chair. Thank you.
But thank you very much. I have received the reports by reference from the chair of the Audit Committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and your team in the Audit Committee, the AG and the DAG on matters that relate to the year over in terms of their own performance and the future outlook in as far as the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa is. Pertinent matters have been raised. The outlook looks good. But there are questions which we need to satisfy ourselves on. And I was looking into pointers in as far as the Constitution of the Republic is concerned, which is our own assessment. Because you are a constitutional creature, we ought to somewhat to balance things up against that Constitution. Whether your work is still done impartially, there's no prejudice in doing so, you ought to be supported by the state generally, because the constitutionality of your own function is strongly entrenched in the supreme law of the country. If the outlook points into the rising debt, it getting into your incapacity to be able to do your work, and therefore the challenge would be that we need to look into better ways to be more capacitated for you to perform as such. If you move towards modernization through the outlook of technology, even there you need to have firm resources to take you from where you are to where you are supposed to go and where your auditees are. Because if you are going to get there with a manualized form, when you deal with intricate areas of your own audit work, you find out that they are in the higher level as you are going to falter. The third area is such that if you are firm on culture shift, you need to take people from where they are comfortable and put them into where they're not going to be comfortable. It's an environment which ought to somewhat unbendingly going to push the actual normalization in as far as that future is. So a strategy is broad and firmly you have shown us that you are able to mitigate risks and assist the country to save in some areas of a loss financially, and the substantive amounts have been shown. Though those amounts are indicative of a sample, it tells us that there's a bigger problem which we need to pay particular focus on. So if we can be able to move towards modernization, getting into technology, as we are moving towards that, so your capability will be improved more. Then the last thing is the value to the human capacity. That value is entrenched into your ability to train, more especially the young CAs which are coming through that kind of environment. Because if you don't do so, you are going to create a problem in terms of the legacy, which is at this high, and as the time moves, it drops itself. But if you beef up your capability through warm bodies, that ability is entrenched and your legacy would be growing with that capacity with your equals. And the international line, which brings you closer to your own peers, would be sustained in terms of your ability to prove that South Africa is firm on its own constitutionality, because the bodies that are brought about by that supreme law are free to conduct without fear or favor their work, and are supported by the state through fiscals to be able to do so. So we must keep that standard. We must affirm it. We must be somewhat assist because we as COAP were founded on the basis of assisting that kind of authority and that stance. Irregularity is, colleagues, the report from the audit committee and the report from the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa, which entails a detail of where they fell. You must understand that as the fiscus grows, as the challenge grows, as the fiscus diminishes, as the challenge even grows further than the diminishing of fiscus, because through this office, you entrench stability, hope, guarantee that the country is firm, and even on challenges or against our own fiscus, there are bodies which present an outlook which is going to instill a culture of accountability. So we need to somewhat, when we deal with those kinds of things, so our responsibility is to ensure, as the 3 long term of the current multi-year framework on finances should grow with the growth of capacity in the Office of the Auditor-General. It's just somewhat targeting something like 7 trillion rands in terms of growth of that fiscus. Meaning, therefore, the office with about 4.3 or 4 billion rand would have an outlook of taking care of evaluating the value proposition in terms of use of that amount. That trillion and the percentage of such in terms of doing that work against the capacity that you have in terms of doing that work, and the culture which is instilled in terms of the improvement in those who handle that fiscus as to account and manage quite appropriately. So thank you very much, AG. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Are there any questions, colleagues, or areas which you think that are firm for our attention to the Auditor-General? Honorable Matuba, Honorable Matafa from the line. Is there anyone from that? Not yet. Okay. Mama, then Honorable Singh. Welcome, Honorable Singh. You came back with the Springboks. No, I understand. Thank you very much. Okay. Matuba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to members of SPOEC and the AG's team and the AG herself. Chair, I do have some proposals to make and need clarity on other questions that on what was presented in terms of the 3 reports that were presented by the Chair, by the AG and the DAG. Chair, when you look at the report, I think there are 2 recommendations from the report. I'm not quite sure because I was looking at slides yesterday. Today I do have a printed book, but I don't know whether it's slide 43 where the AGSA is seeking approval from Schoolwork to retain the 2022-2023 surplus of 263 million in line with Section 838(4) of the Public Audit Act. I think in terms of that one, Chair, from my part, I will move before I engage on other issues. And I move that we adopt that part. And also, in terms of the report that is presented to us, there is somewhere where we are needed to make a recommendation that the AGSA appointed Crow as external auditor for the year 2023-24 financial year, according to Section 39(1) of the PAA. I think also I will move for that recommendation that we adopt the two recommendations as presented by the Office of the Auditor-General. So those are constitutional matters that one may want to move from. Chair, however, one is accepting the report as it is, and it's true that there is improvement on the part of the Auditor-General. However, one would want to ask a question, AG. We can see that you are professionalizing the AG's office, and you have a strategy of hashtag 30. Yes, I don't know, but it does have 30 culture shift, something like culture shift. Yes. I just wanted to check with you, AG, whether is there any threat towards that where your international companies, your international markets, or the public sector will come and poach those who are within your sectors, and how do you begin to prepare for that as the AG so that you don't lose in the process the good work that you are doing now, going forward to the future? And then also, AG, when one looks at your report, especially the auditees, I'm not quite sure because I will go back to slide. I'm not able to quote page numbers because I had slides before. AG, there's somewhere where we talked to the debtors, those who are our debtors actually, and where you have appointed committees in terms of that, and had established a committee which credit watch list committee, which focuses on managing the accounts that are aging over 90 days. AG, in terms of that, I just want to check the progress, whether are we making progress in terms of that, or are there any other things that we may need to encourage that we do going forward? I know that you have ring-fenced, you have there are litigation in terms of debts, and whether are we seeing progress? One can say yes, there is progress, but when you look at also what you are reporting on, also it's not as fast as you would want the process to be. So what would be the mechanisms going forward? Are we seeing progress? And AJ, when you look at this report also, one can also see that the people who are owing us, who are our auditees, I'm not quite sure, but I may want you in your own time. You can't be able to maybe to reply to that question today in your own time. Look at that. Whether our auditees are these people, when you make a thorough analysis, are these institutions that are using the consultants to prepare for their annual financial statements, and whether they are paying consultants instead of paying our services as the Auditor-General, whether these institutions fall within that category. And going forward, if we are to audit them, what are the stringent measures that are we going to put in place to ensure that we get what is due to us as the Office of the Auditor-General? I may want you to look at that, including state-owned enterprise. On a lighter note, not lighter, on a lighter note, yes, AG, outside the report, one has recognized that those who are in different institutions, we have been working on the symptoms, not addressing the underlying challenges of those who are tasked with the responsibility of preparing your annual financial statements. They always outsource this function year in, year out. When are we going to put a stop to this now as public representatives, because it's beyond your office as the Office of the Auditor-General. It can't be that since 1994 we have been using consultants until 2024, 30 years. When are we going to build capacity in those institutions? And the finances, AG, I've looked at your presentation. We have been spending 100 million the past 10 years. And we are now at 1.6 billion. And we know where are these municipalities, where are these state-owned enterprises. Can't we get at least a proper report so that when we engage, even at a different level, we are able to engage with our colleagues at that particular level? Some might not fall within your competency, but fall within the competency of local government. As a committee, I think there is somewhere whereby we need to meet with our counterparts at that level of the parliamentary level to say, these are the things that we see in terms of the audit. Maybe if we meet portfolio committee to portfolio committee, that will also help and help us going forward. Lastly, Chair, I'm not quite sure, but I'm not quite sure whether we're still going to focus on the report of or we are going to focus on material irregularities. I think when it comes to that, one is much comfortable. Maybe lastly, one must commend the Office of the Auditor-General, the level of professionalism, even including the board that is being appointed to look at their affairs. If maybe all of us in South Africa, in different committees, in different departments, we can be able to copy what is good. We are not copycats, but to copy what is good. I think if majority of us can look at, we are not breaking. We're saying if majority of us in government, in legislature, if we can look at the level and the skills and the level in which reports are being prepared, I think we can be able to take South Africa forward. Funding model, let's check whether what has been presented, adopted by SCOWEC previously on the funding model, how far are we in terms of progress of presenting the model to the National Treasury, to the relevant bodies, progress report in terms of that. Thank you, Chair.
The general thing out there. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now I will do better. I'm going to go quickly straight to the point. But Chair, let me start where, or before I start there, let me thank the presentations and welcome them. Really appreciate it. Chair, let me start off where Honorable Matua left, that maybe we need to commend the professionalism of the Office of the AG. How I approached this meeting was to look at the strategic plan and budget that you presented to us and measure what you are reporting against what you committed to be going to be focusing at. And having looked at that, I'm quite comfortable to support the two recommendations. That firstly, you retain the surplus, and secondly, the external audit is appointed because they have shown some improvement as far as transformation is concerned. Because there is an area that you raised as a concern in that strategic plan. Secondly, on the surplus, you are actually succinctly showing how it's going to be used. And therefore, we don't have any qualms. So for that, we support those particular recommendations. Chair, I just have just few questions, and I'm going to throw them between the AG and the chair of the audit committee. The first one is on the issue of the ICT risk that has been identified. We welcome the movement towards usage of big data, robotics, and office automation, and the usage of humans who come and test the vulnerability of the system. But the current system that you are implementing, how flexible is it that it will move with the development? Because, you know, 4IR is something that is not static, it's forever evolving. So as it evolves, will you be able to amend the same system to mitigate those particular risks instead of having to move from one system to the other? Because this one has been rendered obsolete because it was only relevant in 2023. So I just wanted to get some comfort at that issue. The second one, Chair, is on the issue of the outstanding fees that are remaining a worrying factor. I see measures that you are implementing and the support that National Treasury is giving. And those are also supposed to be supported. I'm just interested if whether is the audit committee looking at this particular area of financial sustainability, and if whether they've reflected on those efforts that you are implementing to try to recover the outstanding fees. And if so, what advice or what observations would the chair of the audit committee and the team pick up that they can share with the committee so that when we engage with our counterparts in Treasury, we are able to support? You would have followed our work in the National Assembly that we do pose questions in terms of the funding model. We do pose questions to the executive in terms of how are they supporting you? And I am happy that you have noted that there's a significant improvement from how Treasury treats the outstanding figures, and will continue doing that way. But now I just wanted to hear from the office of the audit committee whether they have any observations. The second last one, it's on the issue of the lost time due to auditees having to rework their annual financial statements. Do you charge for having to relook at the financial statement? Because I suspect that you would have gone into on-site, looked at the papers and said, no, but here and there you need to change. They go and change, they come back, you have to go out again on-site. For me, there should be a cost that comes with that. Do you charge? And if so, are you getting joy out of that? And the last one, again, to the AG or DAG, in terms of your audit at local government, do you also reflect on the internal audit structure or systems that this audit is put in place? I will state, Chair, as an example, in my other life, when I was a councillor, leading the municipal public accounts committee in Tswane, we had a standing invitation to the office of the AG, and they will come to our meetings and they will advise, and we'll have bilaterals, myself, the chair, and the Auditor-General's representatives, in terms of how they observe how we do certain things. And unfortunately, we lost power in 2016, and you can see what happened to the audit outcomes, because some of those initiatives fell through the cracks. I'm not bragging, Chair, I'm just asking a question. if whether, do you look at those particular structures? Because for me, Chair, the collaboration between the city then and the office of the AG really assisted us in strengthening oversight and accountability in the capital city of the country. I will leave it there, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the discussion.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Nomkote.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to say upfront that we do support the issue of the AG office retaining the surplus. because it's got work, stipulated work.
Yeah.
Another area I thought would be of importance, this issue of cybersecurity. Audit Chair, are there any early warning systems that you can think of that occur in terms of the cybersecurity, the risks themselves? Are there any indicators? So I may go to the Auditor-General itself. I'm interested in this issue of the derelict mines, because that is the area that the government is looking at. And if you have hands on that, you would have done a lot of relief as far as the government is concerned. Lastly, is the issue of cattle shift. It's wonderful. What are the core drivers of that strategy? Because it's going to be important. If we have it at the AG, it can be implemented elsewhere. Thank you, Chairperson. You did a summary, Chairperson, which I think just summarized whatever we have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mamukota. Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me apologize for missing the presentation earlier. I was at a meeting of the Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament from 8 o'clock, and then after that, involved in important matters of state with some of y'all around. So,
Yeah, well accepted, well accepted.
thank you very much. No, I think an appropriate slide is up there in front of me. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. I mean, the AG's office I've been working with for I don't know how many years, and they've always shown this professionalism, this level of professionalism. And I think it improves from one AG to the other. And this is the fourth one I think I'm working with. And thank you very much, AG, to you and your team. Yeah, this is a slide that concerns me. Now, it's good that Treasury is meeting its obligations. But when you see national government owing money, which are those departments? Who are the serial offenders, and how can we assist in that process? And even it would go to the provincial and local governments. I think local governments, you've given us a list before, right? And then under your other debtors, who would this include? If it's not national, provincial, or local government, would it be the SOEs that you are auditing? So that would be my question, because I think we've got to continue putting pressure and assisting, Chairperson, the Office of the AG, to get monies that government departments owe them to be paid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. I think even ourselves, we recognize your experience working in this environment. It has been really of worth. When you are not there, we always wonder, where is this well-resourced individual member of this committee? So thank you very much for honoring the meeting. Honorable Mlanzana.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for the time given. One, let me also start by appreciating the presentations, the three presentations. And my questions, Chair, would be actually going to the three presentations. Anyone can take, because they are more generic. One, Honorable Singh has just raised one concern that I had. My question was put the other way around. Like, my interest is how much in rands and cents is owed by the auditors to AGSA. If we could know. I'm happy also with the proposal and the decision that is actually echoed by the committee on allowing HSA in terms of the surplus I'm happy with that one. At least it's covered. But now, the other one, what one would be interested in, Chair, is what about regulating what item direct payments from the Treasury to AGSA of all these auditors, regardless of their performance in terms of payments? I believe there should be a tabular kind of an arrangement wherein AXA is able to bill all auditors on an annual basis. Then the last one, Chair, for me would be listening to the DAG talking about advancing IT and also this topical issue around security issues. My question would be to all of us now, not only Team AGSA, is it not time that AXA be fully funded through government fiscus? We've been talking about this. I'm raising this, Chair, deliberately as we go towards budget 2024 in February. I think if we could have something like a decision in this kind of a meeting, would then be able to, in our report, find a way of influencing Parliament towards that, so that come budget day 2012, we are able to see or realize implementation of such. Thanks, Chairperson, for the time given to me. I know I am a special one today online, but you have managed to be with me right through. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mlenzan. I wonder where you are, or where are you? Because you normally lose us when you are at home. Nevertheless, you're more than welcome. We're happy that you as well made your contribution quite well. Happy that you are with us online. Thanks, colleague, and thanks, colleagues, on the questions that you have raised. A number of comments as well. I'm going to give over to the AG, probably first with the chair of the audit committee, and then to the AG to see how she deals with questions going forward. The empirical related instances are of the qualitative nature of issues that you have brought to us, because you are on the ground, you have made some objective findings in them, and they are, in a scientific sense, matters that are somewhat proven quite extensively through exercising them. And therefore, we need to have an overall understanding out of them. The chairperson of the audit committee, in reference to a number of things, questions have been raised. I think the colleagues have noted some of the items that she dealt with arise from last year, and mainly matters which are in the hands of the DAG, which is a good progress per se, because there's nothing as bad as a committee when we deal with matters and they lie in the pipeline for longer. You see, we could realize from that report, Chairperson, that one, you have overseen the disciplinary process of the CPO taking place. You've overseen the AG registering a case against CPO. 3, you have overseen the process of certification and authenticity of the actual payments on what has been recurrence against trust funds that relate to the late AG Bob Makwetu. May his soul rest in peace. That diligent piece of work, I think we must appreciate because you represent an office which uphold ethical standards, and such standards should be standards which we accept on a time from time for their own success and utterance. And to the AG as well, the fact that when at this time we talk about a number of things which relate to what women go through. We don't want to see those things in offices. We don't want to see our professionals frightened by errant, you see, colleagues when they going forward do their work. And risk-averse individuals are somewhat good because they put the achievement forward. But at the same time, we don't want to see people who hold the chairs on their desks doing nothing because of such. You know, we ought to be, in a practical sense, do our work without favor, without fear, and you have shown us that practice, actual practice in the office of the Auditor-General is in operance. So the systems which are put in place there, for us, they show a good future. I think the colleagues have expressed themselves in that part and in acceptance of the report. Honorable Matuba has raised very important matters in the same way. Honorable Matafa, Honorable Kota, Honorable Singh, Honorable Lenzan, on matters that we need to have a better outlook into an appreciation of the report, but to have a clarity on those other matters. I think that's in reality the nature of the state and an environment of the office which we would want to see in operation going forward. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will make some brief remarks on the 2 points, the one relating to the collection of accounts receivables and the one relating to IT. My colleagues are still on the line. I will request for them to add. Just on the issue of receivables, this is an area, Chair, that we focus on in a lot of detail. It is important for sustainability of the office, and in actual fact, for the financial statements to be signed off, we do an assessment, management does an assessment of going concern, where we look at the solvency and the liquidity. The solvency, where we look at the long-term sustainability of the business, and liquidity is where really we look at the cash and to see whether the cash, or rather the business has the sufficient resources to be able to pay their debts as and when they are due in a foreseeable future. And normally we look at a period of 12 months. We have noted the issues around receivables as
Sorry.
Sorry. Yes, Chair. So the challenges around receivable, it is an area of concern for the audit committee. We have noted, however, the actions that have been taken, including the resolution with the National Treasury, as well as the committee that has been set up, the credit watch list that has been set up as well. And as the committee, we are satisfied at with this effort that has been taken. We are also noting that the team is working on a financial strategy going forward to make sure that the sustainability level that which the office has now, it's actually improved going forward. So as the audit committee, we will be engaging with the CFO together with the DAG as well to see what are other measures that perhaps should be put in place to try and address this area of overdue receivables from the customers, the auditees. So that's the one issue. And then on the cybersecurity issue here, I think really I just want to mention that awareness is very, very important. And there has been workshops that have taken place where the team has been taken through around what are the cybersecurity risks, what should the staff do in a case where, for instance, there's hacking, or where, for instance, a change of banking details would be communicated inappropriately, and how to manage, how to be able to respond in situations such as those. So that's one, awareness, but also just making sure that as and when risks are being identified through the process that the DAG mentioned earlier with the penetration tests to identify vulnerabilities, and making sure that those risks are addressed on a timely basis, and also being alert for any risk that may be emerging. So, Chair, if it's okay, I do have my colleagues on the line. If I can allow either Carol or Cedric to come in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, President. Carol or whoever is online. Audit Committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Is that Carol?
Yes, it's Carol. I would like to just add a few points to what Chair of Audit has said. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honourable members. There's been about 3 questions on ICT, and I think we would like to seize the opportunity and give a more holistic response to the House on the work on IT. Over the past 12 to 18 months, indeed, the focus area for the organisation, and by extension the Audit Committee, has been two-pronged on ICT. We've had ongoing strategic conversations about how to improve our technological capabilities and how to stabilize the ICT function, and the DAG has spoke about that quite a bit. I would just also like to say that we are satisfied that also operationally there's been quite a lot of work that has gone in terms of improving the control environment. The team has done a lot of work in terms of reviewing information security policies and procedures, areas such as vulnerability management, to make sure that our systems are safe from data breach and cyber attacks have been taken care of, configuration management to make sure that our computer systems, hardware and software are kept in the desired state, user access management has been taken care of, and physical security controls has also been given attention. The target for all this work is completion in March 2024, but we are happy with the progress to date. Just to also give the House a feel that the team has moved to adopt ISO 27001 because it's one of the best security standards in the world. It's also going to give the organization strong governance, conformance, and control on security matters. And we will push that work till March 31st, 24. There are 4 key areas that I'd also like to communicate on that we've been giving oversight to. The first one is the ongoing IT security reviews. We are getting ongoing assurance from our assurance partners. The second one is the ongoing closure of audit findings. The DAG has already touched on that. I would not want to repeat, but we are satisfied with the progress that is being made. And then the third one is the architecture work. And this architecture work will respond to the question that was asked around investment and flexibility of systems by one of the honourable members. So in terms of the architecture work, indeed, firstly, the ICT function has had a new head for quite some time now, and the IT is being given much required leadership and focus. The team has been working on repositioning IT as a strategic enabler to the business and a strategic partner to the business. The team has also looked at strategy, IT capability and looked at the ability of the organization to embrace digitalization. And indeed, there is a case for change. Between November 2022 and February 2023 this year, the team conducted an enterprise architecture assessment, which was presented to the audit committee in April of this year. And two emerging themes from that piece of work is that indeed the current architecture needs to be optimized. And the good thing is that a future architecture has been designed. Now, to answer the question of flexibility, the future architecture is talking to how we use data as a strategic asset. How do we ensure that our applications have got a strategy that talks to the needs of the organization? How do we move to adopting cloud strategy? And how do we integrate wholly our systems and our processes so that we drive efficiencies? The investments that are going to be going into IT are huge. So the architecture work that's been done is like background work. It's a blueprint to guide the organization. The investments will allow for us to get systems and processes that are flexible, reusable, agile, modular, and adaptable into the future. So the long and short of it all is that we are satisfied now that we do have an architecture and a blueprint that will move the IT function forward and will skill and capacitate the function to enable business change. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Carol. Is there anyone who still wants to add on the responses online?
Good morning, Chair.
Yes,
Good morning, Chair. I just want to comment on the I mean, I agree with the chair of the audit committee and Carol on the work done on the IT side. I just want to make one comment on the funding model. We as the audit committee, we received a presentation about 2 or 3 months ago from the executive. We are still considering that, but the one point that I just want to flag is on the CWC, the allocation of work to CWC. I don't know if the members are aware of how that model works. That allocation, it helps with the audit firms, but what we have seen, if you look at the AGSA as a business or as an organization, there has been a challenge with the working capital cycle, in the sense that the CWC or the firms would actually go and do the work. They would get paid within whatever 30 days, and the AGSA would wait for the auditee to pay. And at times, some of those auditees would take over 90 days or even 120 days to pay, and that puts too much strain on the working capital cycle. And as an audit committee, we had asked the CFO to come up with a plan to address that challenge. And then the other thing is if that fee was coming with a margin, it was also going to make a bit of a contribution. But that fee, the AGSA does not even add any margin on that. So it's 100 going in. They would invoice for 100, and then they would pay that 100, and they don't make any margin on that. So if they're able to charge a margin on whatever is being charged by the CWC firm, then it would be fine for AGSA to wait for that 90 days or 120 days because they're being compensated for that. And the other thing that I noted is what the CFO and the team have been able to do to negotiate with the National Treasury. Previously, the 1% has also been putting pressure on the operations. But now we see that National Treasury will be allocating the funds fully directly to the AGSA, which will also assist the working capital going forward. And the other thing with the funding model, the ring fencing of the debt that was being projected this morning on the screen. That is also assisting with the cash flows. The one thing that we also noted, if you look at the margin of safety, the target for the organization is a margin of safety of 2 to 3 times, but currently that balance of about 700 million only covers 1.6 times, which is below the safety, the target. And we've been asking the CFO to actually finalize this funding model to achieve that margin of safety of 2 to 3, because the 1.6 it's really putting the it's a bit of a strain on the operations. The last item is on the I think I've also covered I've covered the debt. So I think I've covered all the key comments that I wanted to make, Chair.
Thank you very much from the audit committee. Is there anything, Chair, which you want to give a submission on so we can get over to the AG?
Thank you very much, Chair. That is our contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In addressing a number of areas which have been raised, mainly on financial sustainability and areas that relate to IT. AG?
Thank you, Chair. May I move on to the other matters that were raised by the honourable members? Perhaps the first one, Honourable Kota, we'll make sure you get a copy of that performance audit report. It was tabled some time ago. So Adil, I'm sure you'll make a note of it. You asked about the culture shift and what are the drivers. Making sure that all the role players in the ecosystem are people who are capable of doing the work that they're given, people who are responsible about it and are responsive to the insights that are shared with them in terms of dealing with the journey of improving public institutions, investing in preventative controls to prevent problems, to be able to pick up those problems and act on them quickly. I think if we can get those things right, we really have a good chance of shifting the culture. The only other thing I would highlight is the issue Honourable Matuba asked about the use of consultants and auditees and the costs associated with consultants vis-a-vis audit fees. The short answer is yes, there are a number of municipalities that prioritize paying consultants to compile financial statements and then still struggle to get credible financial statements and then benefit from our input when they finally get the audit done. That's about responsible leadership lacking, and that's about poor prioritization on the things that are important. Those practices don't prevail in better run municipalities. It's the poorly run ones where you see that. Our response has been to issue material irregularities where we have seen that there is inefficient use of public funds by over-relying on consultants and not getting the value that is associated with that. And you'll start to see that coming through our audit reports. Those are my comments, Honourable Chair. I don't believe that I've missed anything. Thank you.
And as part of that, I think she asked as to whether those fail to pay you. You see, and she was suggesting that you might not fully answer that question, probably to compile a list of those so that we are aware as to the outlook of such going forward. Yes.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair. We'll make that list available. But the flavour of it, having looked at this for a number of years, is that there is a tendency to prioritize other things rather than the critical things that make for good governance. And then municipalities then get into a spiral and they end up paying for all sorts of things, not audit fees, not ESCOM, not the water boards, not SARS, because they've now gone into a spiral. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, AG. I think I'll add on the areas which deals more with the internal matters. Honorable, you had asked us about on the professionalization, whether we have got problems with staff retention. The market is tough at the moment. We don't only compete with other firms in the country, but there are firms globally that can use a person who's sitting in Johannesburg to do work in New York. So it is a tough market. It is something that we are watching. We do check the trends in terms of our staff retention. But we find with us, one of the strategies that we use is, given the nature of our office, we can't compete on the financial side of things. But we tend to give our people a real purpose as why they're doing their work. And we find that some of the people who stay, they really stay for long. So while there is, especially now with the younger generation, a bit of excitement, some of our core people really stay with the office for long. So while it's a challenge and we keep watching it, we are not at the stage that we are seriously concerned. I think the older generation, people who have been with the office, they really stay. The newer generations, there is a lot of movement, but I think the good thing is we are producing a decent pipeline. So that 500 odd I speak about, it helps us that even if some leave, we still have enough to continue with our work. We are not at a stage that we should be worried. Talking from my head, with the last numbers that we have are below the industry average in terms of staff turnover. Appreciating that we are a training institution, there will be some people that we train that when they finish their training period will leave. But those that we then retain at an AM level on a full-time basis, we do find that it's a fairly stable environment. There was a question that talked to the debtors, and I'll combine the two around the debtors. The other is mainly the state-owned entities, and talking to some of the successes. So part of that at the end, Honorable saying it will have been the likes of Dinel. So there's been success. We ring-fence the Dinel debt, and where they've agreed to pay us 8 million. The figure that we're reporting is as of March, but up to now, they've been honoring their ring-fencing agreement. So that 87 million that was outstanding as of 31st March has now reduced significantly, showing that the ring-fencing arrangement, it does work sometimes. So that was the other in terms of the 287. Obviously, the big bulk of our data still sit within the local government. On the question of IT, I think our audit committee members have properly addressed this. It gives you comfort when people are not full-time on the organization, understand what we are dealing with. And I think it shows the kind of focus that we've been giving to IT matters. Firstly, starting by stabilizing the area where we elevated the leadership of the IT area to be at an EXCO level and appointing a full-time CTO. And I think that made it to be a focus area for EXCO. And it was so comforting to hear an audit committee member articulate our IT strategy so well. So I don't know whether you still want me to add much on what was said, but I think that it was really well articulated. But critically is that we adopted as EXCO an IT strategy that talks to the organizational strategy. So the architecture that you're talking about things that we can implement as and when we need to go through. To give it the right focus, we also adopted an IT steering committee that deals with the IT issues to make sure that the strategies that we are putting in place make sense in the long run so that we don't keep chopping and changing. There was a question whether there's any early warning system around the cyber. So we're adopting a number of things. Firstly, in our own internal risk assessment, we have elevated cyber security to be the highest risk at the moment. What that does, it gives us the focus that we need to do, because we keep managing to say, we understand that it's not a question of if you're going to be hit, it's about when. So you need to be ready when that happens. So there are a number of tools that we implement. So besides the independent assurance that we use from the internal audit and other service providers to do the good hacking, we have our own tools that assist us in terms of assessing our vulnerabilities. So there are a number of tools that we are using to give us if there are early warning systems or as any attempt. In most cases, you see the attempts, but people fail. So we get to see that. So the more there's traffic, you can see that you need to up your game in terms of people trying to access you. So we do have tools that we are using. We have strengthened the leadership around that area in terms of the people who are focused on the cyber, in terms of the specialization. So we do have a team that reports to a senior manager from a cyber perspective. The reality is we have to play in that space. So you can only protect yourself. And that's what we are doing. In terms of data, I think I've explained where the culprits are from the state-owned companies. So I think Dinel was one of them. The others are the likes of SA Express that has since been liquidated. So they were liquidated when they owed us money. So that's why it will stay there in our books. The others, the like of SAA, and then also Transnet was part of those. In terms of the rent figures, SA Express still owe us 16 million. So it's going to stay in the books until we either have a discussion with the state, with the ministry that overlook them to find a plan for us. And I think it talks to the funding model that we're talking about to say, what do we do in these cases where we've done our work and the entity goes down? Do we go for their bailout through National Treasury or something else? All in all, I think I've answered the questions that talked to the debtors and talked to the that talks to the staff retention. And I'd like to appreciate the general comments from the members in terms of us retaining our surplus. It will go a long way to assist us in terms of our funding needs going on. I don't know if I've missed anything, AG. Back to you, Chair and AG. Thank you.
Back to me this time around. There's one question, I think it was from Honorable Mataf on the interaction with the internal environment at local government level, like internal audits and all the stuff. Yeah. AG.
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with that one. Yes, we do interact with the internal auditors, the audit committees, the impacts, because we still believe that we've got to get every player in that ecosystem fulfilling their part. So we do spend time with each and every one of them as a key discipline everywhere we audit. Thank you.
Thank you. And one point which Honorable Lenzana referred to is a point which I think would need consideration from our side, which probably even yourselves you have referred to, which relates to direct benefit from fiscus. We need to find ways to ponder around. I was informally discussing that I think with the DAG earlier on, that we need to put up some kind of alternatives in a modeled form, so that through those alternatives as proposed, we can find a way of meeting with Treasury on such, being conscious of the earlier input by the AG, which struggled on the current economic situation and how the auditees stand currently. For some of them are in the range of poorly managed institutions, and you get into that environment because the Constitution instructs you to do so, and they would fail to pay you as they fail to pay others. Or they will get into the trap of saying, let's prioritize others rather than prioritizing the AG, you see, in a way. So that environment should be closed by having that kind of engagement. It as well tallies with one other area which I think it needs some kind of collaboration, which was making a reference to areas which the AG is dealing with currently. Because if you're going to say your findings are based on a sample, and those are sampled institutions, they show in a negative form, to build that you would want to move further. But to move further, you need a comfortable resource package, you see, and that package should be as a result of an indicator of your movement, you see, out of that, which then would need a discussion with Treasury around such, because if the minister says to us, as he had done on the midterm budget review process 2 days ago, our attention is going to be on efficiencies. And the Office of the AG is at the center of such efficiencies, whether on the financials, on performance, and you deal with these kinds of things. You reveal to us what kind of errors that we must look into. So the strategic nature of your institution would create a benefit to the state, because already you are saying to us, you have saved plus R1 billion. And from that plus R1 billion, we throw it back to fiscus, and throwing it back to fiscus, you end up benefiting a zero as well. Yeah. So as a comforting form of a beneficial action, there must be some percentage, if need be, out of what you have saved, because it indeed benefits the fiscus. It must as well benefit those who have made inroads into that saving. So there's an engagement which we have to undertake, probably with Treasury on such. It's the same way, by the way, with what SIU goes through. You know, they make contribution in terms of saving. Some with the times get some form of resistance to pay. So the suggestion that we must probably have an engagement with National Treasury on. This is what goes back to Treasury, lost and found. And if you have found it, at least there must be some form of a reward, you see, as a finder of such a lost or potential loss to the state, because there must be in-depth, you see, work continuing in that area. So if you could probably have some form of proposed options to deal with those kinds of things, that we engage on the strength of a properly modeled way in terms of beefing up your financial capability through your committee, your audit committee, and coming back to us as one of the areas. And if colleagues are satisfied, moving off this, you have made proposals which we have somewhat agreed in summary, on the retention of surplus, on the appointment of external auditors, that we agree with the audit committee and such. 3, we take note and agree with the progress made in as far as matters that reflect the CPO related matters. On such, 4, that we are proposing that some conceptual form which relates to financial capability. I think from the audit side, they put it as working capital, which ought to be somewhat beefed up one way or the other. So we need some form of a paper which is going to deal with such as a proposal, which come with such options, and we take note on progress that relates to IT or ICT development, and we're happy that the actual surplus realized would contribute towards the progressive build up on your capability as far as ICT is concerned. On cyber-related security, it's a matter that we would want to encourage you to develop safety standards as the threats mount, and at times to delve much on those. You make your attackers to be more firmer, stronger, alert than you are. So I think we must get it enough to say, indeed, you are making strides to be ready on such instances in terms of the signals expected towards those kinds of threats. Are you satisfied, colleagues, in terms of the summary which we are providing in as far as those issues that we have dealt with currently? If you're satisfied, we're moving to a last report, which is a report on MIs. This is MFMA MIs.
Right. I'm 24. I'm good. Okay, I think we're fine now.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. And to the honourable members as well. I will keep my input brief. For this input is to update you on a report that we're tabling officially today, which is our report on the material irregularities in the MFMA cycle. When we met with you in June of 2023 to share with you the audit outcomes for MFMA 2022, we indicated that we would come back to deal with the MI report. The Public Audit Act follows that, provides that I must report to Parliament on how we've applied the powers that were given to us. So that's really the purpose of this particular report that we're tabling today. We always start with this accountability ecosystem, because the things we're going to talk about now, as I update you on what we've seen in applying the MI processes, still bring us back to this observation that if we're going to get the full benefit of having used these powers of enforcement, we must make sure that we have responsiveness by all of the players in the accountability ecosystem. In the municipality, it's about the officials, the senior managers, plus the municipal manager, but also the audit committee and internal auditors, and then the mayor, the council. And then on the other side of the spectrum is the provincial leadership in the executive, through the coordinating departments of the Office of the Premier, Office of the Provincial Treasury, as well as COPTA, supporting municipalities in responding to these MIs. The definition, I think, is well known to the honourable members. I want to make the point that when we started implementing these powers, we focused purely on non-compliance or contravention of legislation. We didn't look at the initial phase on fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty. We've been doing that now more and more. We also, in the initial phase, when we started, we only looked at material financial loss. Now we are looking more and more at matters relating to the loss of public resources, misuse of public resources, substantial harm to public institutions, as well as substantial harm to the public. So what you're starting to see from our audit reports is much greater insight following the process that we've identified. In terms of the MI process itself, you'll remember that we start by issuing a notification to the accounting officer, who's then given 20 days within which to respond. We assess that response to check if it is adequate and appropriate. If we deem it so, we allow that process to unfold still under the control of the accounting officer. It's only if the proposed action is assessed by us to be inadequate or inappropriate, then we would invoke our powers. If we thought it was appropriate, we give them the opportunity to implement. If they still don't implement properly, we continue to assess and then still end up invoking our powers if the MI is not being resolved. So today I'll tell you about the notifications we've issued, where we've seen appropriate action, but importantly, where we've had to invoke our powers. And our powers would be the referral to public bodies, recommendations we put in the audit report, taking remedial action, issuing a certificate of debt, or a combination of those. On the next slide, we set out the journey, having started for local government with only 9 municipalities back in 2018-19. Now in 2022, we've implemented these powers at 170 auditees, 170 municipalities and entities. We've identified on a cumulative basis a total of 268 material irregularities. Much of it relates to non-compliance or suspected fraud that we identify through our audits. In 194 instances of these MIs, we were able to link it to a material financial loss. We were able to then estimate a cumulative value of 5.19 billion rand of financial loss. Much of it also relates to the losses associated with the VBS investments in VBS. 1.6 billion rand of that 5.2 billion rand is that. The type of matters that lead to these financial losses are the same matters we deal with when we audit and we give a normal audit report. We've raised concerns about poor controls on goods and services, making sure that the payments are only made when they are due for payment and that there are no duplicate payments. We still see instances of duplicate payments, which leads to financial loss. We still see instances of poor procurement processes that don't comply with the law, leading to unfair, uncompetitive, and uneconomical procurement, such that you end up with poor value for money. We've seen ineffective use of financial reporting consultants. We've used our powers to raise those matters. And then we've also dealt with matters around value for money not being received through these procurement exercises. We looked at MIs dealing with revenues that were not being billed or not being recovered. So if you've got a municipality that's struggling with its own financial viability, and yet they go without billing for revenues that they should, then it makes their situation even worse. So it's the lost opportunities that we were able to raise. We've also raised matters around interest and penalties that arise when there are late or non-payments to suppliers or to service providers, such as the water boards, ESCOM, where they're not being paid on time, and then there are penalties and interest. Sometimes it's even payments to SARS that are not made, and then there are interest and penalties. One might argue that why do you raise MIs when there is a financial viability problem anyway? Our assessment is that yes, there's financial viability issues, but then what municipalities do, they enter into payment arrangements with these creditors, and then they fail to honor them because they're not managing their cash flows properly. They end up prioritizing other payments, and then they incur these interest and penalties. So it is in that spirit that we've raised it, to say you've got to put in disciplines that allow you to at least meet your obligations on the basis of the payment contract you've entered into, and also manage your cash flow so that you prioritize the right things. And then there are asset losses and investment losses. As I've indicated, some of those are on the VBS investments. Within the MIs that we've also identified, in applying our expanded definition, 44 MIs were issued where we identified that there was harm to public sector institutions. And how we got there was that we said to many municipalities, if you've got repeat disclaimers, and remember, a disclaimer of audit opinion is where we're given financial statements, but the underlying records to support what's being reported are not there. And that is a non-compliance with the law, because all accounting officers are required by the MFMA to maintain proper financial records. So where year after year we audit and we come and say those records are not there, that is leading to a disclaimer of audit opinion year on year, which then harms the institution because it's unable to be transparent, it's unable to be accountable, and in many ways there is loss happening. So we've raised those MIs purely on the basis of saying there is a non-compliance and you are costing this institution by weakening it. We've also identified opportunities to use our powers around non-submission of financial statements. You've heard us report before that municipalities sometimes don't submit financial statements, and some of them year on year. We've used our powers to highlight this because it harms the institution. You're not meeting the obligations in law to submit financial statements, but also you are weakening the institution by not being accountable and not being transparent. Fortunately, in a number of these instances, our MIs have triggered action by accounting officers, but importantly by the provincial leadership, who've then taken it upon themselves to support municipalities to at least get financials in. So, for example, in the Free State, you've had a provincial treasury and a COCTA and an office of the Premier that have made it their business to insist and set a tone that financial statements shall be submitted and then support municipalities to get that done. We should never have got there, but at least our powers are helping to improve accountability in the system. In some instances, we've raised MIs relating to the pollution of water resources or poor landfill site management. Now, you might ask, how on earth did you get to that? Because you audit debits and credits. But you'll remember I indicated that we look at performance information as well as compliance. And we use our methodology and our value add posture to say, if you look at the whole system, what is the impact of all these failures? If you've got effluent running down into a river or a water resource, it harms the public. How did we get there? And we're able to pull it back and say, well, there's a non-compliance of this nature, there's a breach of fiduciary duty of this sort, and this is now an MI. In a number of instances, we're getting good traction in terms of municipalities responding to our MIs, but also we've been able to refer some of those matters to the Department of Water and Sanitation to support municipalities in fulfilling their obligations, as well as the Department of Environmental Affairs to equally use their powers and operate on their mandate to help municipalities comply with their responsibilities in law. In terms of the impact of our financial, our MI process in local government so far, most of the MIs arise on things that accounting officers should have been dealing with anyway, which is the point we made earlier on. In 86% of the instances we raise in our report now, we found that accounting officers were simply not taking action until we raised the matter. That highlights matters around culture, around discipline, about responsibility and responsiveness. We've fortunately seen some responsiveness when we issue an MI. They do, accounting officers, go and recover financial losses. We've been able to get 182 million rand back into the fiscus of financial losses that are now being recovered. We've also got losses that are no longer happening because a contract has now been cancelled, for example. So at least 18 million rand is being saved. Then there's another 310 million rand that is in the process of being saved. If you compare the 5 billion rand I spoke about, the 5.2 billion rand as financial losses we've identified through our samples, and you link it to the number that's on the screen now, which is just about 500 million rand. If you compare the two, you can see that we are much better off investing in preventing these problems than in trying to chase after them. Yes, the Audit Office can proudly say we have contributed to resource protection of at least 500 million rand in local government so far. The other numbers relate to PFMA. But if you consider the loss, and it must be bigger because we only sample the to get to the 5 billion rand, it's crucial that we be seized with putting in place controls, strong preventative controls that are going to stem these leakages. In a number of instances, MIs have been resolved, and an MI is resolved when the loss has been recovered or the accounting officer has done what they can and are supposed to do in law to recover. When they've disciplined, and we're seeing some of that, when they've instituted criminal investigations, which they're required to do in law, where they've stopped contracts or where they've gone and actually submitted financial statements that were outstanding. When those things are finally done, the MI is resolved, which tells us that the use of our powers is effective because at least we've got people to do what they're supposed to do. In some instances, things take a bit longer to deal with, but there is appropriate action being taken to resolve. So we are still following up and we'll continue to track that. In 61 cases out of the 268, so it is the minority, we have found that there is no appropriate action being taken. And where that has happened, we've not hesitated to apply our powers. And I'll just indicate what we've done. Maybe just you can skip the next slide and go to slide 8. Thank you. What we've done, where we have found that there is no appropriate action being taken. We have applied our powers. We've put the recommendations in the audit report, at least in 19 instances, and those are the municipalities where there's a recommendation. What we now expect is that the mayor, the MPAC, the council, the MEC COCTA, the legislature will be worried about tracking with the accounting officer on how they're implementing this recommendation, because it's no longer a recommendation that's in the management report, it's now in the audit report. We've also, in 25 instances, taken binding remedial action, which is only reviewable in a court of law. Unfortunately, we've had to do it in those instances, but what that should tell you is that those auditees are where the responsiveness is so bad, we've had to get to that point. We should never get there. We've used our powers to do that. If they continue to fail, we'll then get to a process of considering a certificate of debt. Nakamudiri Mulema is a difficult municipality. You'll see it features on remedial action, it features on recommendations, and it features on certificate of debt. And so that process is currently in the hands of the advisory committee on MIs, independent of me, that will then look at the facts, take representations, and then advise me on what their recommendation is in terms of how we proceed. In a number of instances, 12 instances, we've referred matters to law enforcement, and in our report on page 39, there's a full list of each of these MIs, V61. So you get a sense of what's the flavor of the MI, what type of thing is it, and then you also will see in the report here to which public bodies we have issued or referred matters for investigation. Some of it have gone to the SIU, to the Hawks, to Public Protector South Africa, Department of Water and Sanitation, as I indicated earlier on. And then in other instances, we've had to do a combination of all these other powers. We're seeing some success, as I indicated, some of them do respond, which is a good thing. What we must do now is insist that that responsiveness translates into other areas. Where they don't respond, we've also been operating without fear, favor, or prejudice, and we've applied our powers. I want to highlight some of the challenges that will continue to weaken the ability of this instrument to work. It relates to instability at the level of leadership in the municipality. We've got to sort that out. And then it also relates to the slow responses. If an accounting officer is going to be slow in recovering the money that's being lost, as time marches on, you end up with suppliers that go into liquidation and then you don't get your money back. And then another feature is, again, the pace of investigations by public bodies. Greater impact for this instrument can certainly be made if councils monitor responses by their accounting officers on a quarterly basis to say, we saw this MI, where are you? And then councils mustn't only worry about the response to the MI, they must worry about the response of strengthening the environment so that there isn't a recurrence, making sure that they deal with the systematic problems that would have led to the problem arising in the first instance. And maybe let me just end off, honorable members, with our call to action and why we share this report with yourselves. Well, we are required to indicate how we've used our powers, but we've taken the decision to write out a report in this level of detail because we believe that it can help us to equip oversight across all the levels in the system, councils, provincial, national, people at those levels, all those charged with different responsibilities in the ecosystem, understand how they can use their powers and their access and their influence to get to proper monitoring and oversight on the resolution of MIs. We also believe that this type of report helps councils, those with MIs in their environments, but those that don't yet have MIs in their environments, understand how this instrument can help them improve their own role for strengthening accountability. And where there are delays on investigations, it can help those that oversee the public bodies to track the progress on those investigations. For SCOREX specifically, We share this report with you in this level of detail because we believe it can equip you to continue to advocate for this instrument, which you've done a wonderful job of doing up until now. So we're hoping that this continues to strengthen your hand in terms of the type of impact that this instrument can have. We also believe that it can also allow you to advocate for other parliamentary committees to also follow up on MIs in their environments. That is our input on the MI report, Chair. The MI is not too bulky. So it's summarized, but I do believe it's got good detail in there to give you a good sense of the type of examples that you might be looking for. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, AG, for note. Is that you are giving us a report which has covered 170 auditees with a visible amount of 268 MIs, which tells us that the remainder to give the total number of 253 municipalities, 57, including their entities. Yeah, 57. There's still some amount of such which has not been looked into. So progressively, we are getting into this. You started earlier on with a small amount. Now you are at 170, which is a good progress. More than a half of municipalities have gone through this kind of exercise, which is a litmus paper test on the areas of MIs. And through that, you could easily discover that there's a potential loss, which goes to totality of about 5 billion rands. And through that, you are presenting to us more than 500 million rands, which is sitting on a cover for an amount which could be stopped, recovered, or somewhat could not get into the mill. So all that presents a future which says if this instrument is used, it could be a good instrument to stop, but at the same time to change the culture to those who participate in the actual accounting frame in an environment of accountability. So that's the instrument, colleagues, which is working closer into a guarantee of putting up working controls and improving control environment out there. So thanks, AG. Colleagues, are there any takers in this kind of a report, very detailed? The outlook is presented. You see, in English, is presented as well in figures. 1, 2, 3 is presented on the factual. You see standards. Who's there? Honorable Mlenzana, I will take note of you else, colleagues. Mamukota, Mamatruba. You want to say something? Okay. Which would be the 4 hands so far would have got interest to talk on the matter. Honorable Mlenzana.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chairperson. Once more, let me appreciate the presentation and also join you in terms of appreciating the amount of work that has been done by the Office of the AG in terms of dealing with these MIs. Just 2 things, Chair. They are somehow related. Now, on the slow pace by the public bodies, can we get some information? Can it be shared to us around the time around spent, like turnaround time? How much does each body take to respond, so that if needs be, we can assist? And then the last one is just out of interest, are there no security threats? Because we would always wish that if there are such, we intervene. Sorry for the background, Chair. I am now at the airport.
No, fine. Thanks. As long as you're still kept to contribute, we appreciate your contributions. We'll fly safely, get home. Well, it's good that you are at the airport. Matuba here is struggling, wants to go home as quickly as possible. Over to you, Mamukota.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying thank you to the Auditor-General. The report is being tabulated to us. It's indicated there's a thinking of a particular kind, and we accept that and await the progress report thereof. But so far, it is worth noting. Thanks.
Matuba.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also welcome the report. It's a detailed report in terms of the MIs, and also to say, AG, one has observed that something must be done in Ngagamudire Molema. We have also made such an observation. It appears in each and every category. And there's one municipality in the area of KZN, which appears on 2 categories. So I think we mustn't leave things as they are. Even at the political level, there must be intervention, Chair, of how do you deal with such issues. As you're saying that if councils can play their role, then accounting officers will then be able to do what is expected from them. Even if, when you look at the powers that are being invoked by the office of the AG, in all fairness, that becomes the responsibility of the accounting officers. It's not the responsibility of the AG, but taking an extra mile, then they will just have to do what they are doing now. So I think, Chair, something needs to be done. Also, when you look at their presentation in terms of the report that is there, sometimes you ask yourself, what happens to municipalities where they have received disclaimers throughout more than a period of 4 years? Others, the situation, it's still the same. There are no changes. For 21 years as a municipality, your situation is still the same. I think we need to do things differently. There must be change. There must be something that is not right that we should should be corrected, Chair. It's not okay. It's not correct. And when you also check or look at those ones that are regressing, I mean, it doesn't make sense. I think it should be an upward mobility. We should not go back. And one really appreciates the report as presented. And actually, Chair, if out of this, our take is that we have a checklist and the things that needs to happen as and when we meet as this particular forum, we are able to make a follow up in terms of issues. The sequence, when you look at their presentation from this meeting and other meetings, there is that sequence. If we can get that, we'll be able to move forward also. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mama Tuba. Phillips.
Thank you so much. And I'd also like to thank you for the presentation. It was very enlightening. I just need to when you refer to the instability, amongst the accounting officers, is that referring to the amount of times they change or the amount of acting positions that we've got? Is there anything that we could do to assist in that regard? And then the other thing that I heard you referring to is MPAC on a municipal level. And I think one of the things we need to look at there is to be able to hold the MPAC chair accountable, because too often the MPAC chair serves at the pleasure of the party who's in control of that municipality. And if they investigate too vigorously, then they actually stand a chance of losing the job as MPAC chair, which comes with quite a nice remuneration, better than a normal. So there is actually a bit of a conflict of interests there. And it might be something that we need to look at to make sure that the MPAC chair actually does investigate properly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matafa, anything? Just probing.
Yeah, Chair. No, thank you. I thought it was trivial because I appreciate the presentation. It's detailed. It's actually giving us a progress report in terms of the MI process. But if anything we can take away is the fact that if you look at the last presentation you made in terms of the areas of interventions, where you have also taken remedial actions, we were talking, Chair, about maybe looking at visiting a particular area, either of local government or provincial level. That particular area of remedial actions is pointing to the northwest, because I've counted about 10 out of 25 remedial actions taken, and they're all in the northwest, including the case of Nagamudi. That is actually giving Honorable Matuba sleepless nights. Because even in preparation for this meeting, she was very hard on that particular municipality. So it really assists as well, Chair, that when we zoom in into areas that we should focus on, this report can come in. Thank you very much.
Exactly, that's the point. I was thinking myself here, whether to make a call to the Premier of the province for that. I know that you have done it, but a call to just further conscientize them that things have approached a slippery curve downwards. The president went to Mfuleni, a municipality recently, and when they went there, they had to, the time when they had to skip a stream of waste, which was moving through. It's unacceptable. So we would really be wondering, AG, if you would come to us and say a municipality, I'm not referring specifically to them, but a municipality or an auditee presents that nature of things, and you come to us and say their financials are good. You see, what does it carry on matters that matter? So it's not on to hide behind the balance sheet, when, of course, there's less to show on matters that are a benefit to society. So your work should be in line with value for money. You see, if you have touched a particular service, you've touched a pipeline, at the end is the water. At the end is the sewer line, represents seepage. What are the actual experiences out there? So it's your task. It's in the Constitution and carried into the Public Audit Act. So we should not hide behind all these other systems, because you must audit on the basis of a decision of those who have taken responsibility to say, we pass this slice of money for you to act on because you've presented a plan and you must have it this way. You see, when I was in local government as a mayor some time ago, I used to say, once you adopt a budget, you must know that that budget is law. If you break that budget, you break the law. If you fail to act accordingly, you fail in the legal parameters of the entity. And once we take it that way, because we as parliamentarians, if the budget relate to national departments, it is a pointer into a decision of the legislature, and you must act accordingly. If you ban it, you are going to face the music because someone must certify your decision as a just decision. You see, all those kinds of things, we must be used to it. If we can't only get into the financial statement without comparing it with the key performance areas as expected by law, that this money is against these, you see, key performance areas. So we must get there. You know, the late Auditor-General Mokwitu related a story at some stage here about a certain municipality in the Free State where they said they spent money on a sports field. When the auditors got there was no sport field and the money was spent. You see, so there ought to be that kind of follow on the performance. You see, so Mr. Mkaji, in terms of our own legacy report, this is one movement which is going to expose that at least in terms of application of the PAA Public Audit Act, we have moved towards the elimination of the auditing of performance. So we took a trip recently to Canada where we were pondering on how they took time to audit these other things. You know, they go further to even audit the performance of the country based on the development, what is sustainable development goals. You see, sustainable development goals, your performance as a country. And they go even further to get into the outlook of environment, the impact of environment. I've seen your report that you have started to do that because that has got something to do to eat into the fiscus. So we must be conscious in our actions around those kinds of areas. So people must not cry foul when you get into the audit. In a way, it's not only what is on paper, is as well to be presented on what is on the ground. You see, so the auditors must be on overalls. At times, they must be on the makaraba. You see, at some stages, not giving the color of the makarabas, but they must be on a makaraba. You see, to make their own assessment out there. For us who live with the people, we live among them, we face these questions. You know, when you see that we don't have A, B, C, D, E, you know, so we must account in that way. So I think the members are expressing their appreciation that now we have moved where it matters. You see, are there any comments on the comments posed by colleagues and some questions?
Thank you very much, Chair and honourable members. Thank you for your support in this journey. It's one that pushes our teams. They've gone to visit hundreds of projects across the country, and they're able to articulate these findings. Some of them end up as MIs, but thankfully, some of them don't make it to MIs because accounting officers respond, which has a direct benefit of sorting out matters. And we'll give you those examples when we come with the PFMA report. The matter around the role of impacts and any other player in the accountability ecosystem, we've been at pains to say every single player must do their part. We've even gone to the extent of looking at the law and articulating what we expect of them to do. Pretty soon, I think we'll go back to the days of even assessing their individual performance as a committee, as an internal audit function, as an audit committee, to start entrenching this idea that everybody has got to do their part. Maybe just one last comment based on the question from Honourable Mlenzana. I hope he's still on the call. On page 39 of our report, we do set out every single matter.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
All right, okay. On page 39 of our report that we're tabling today, we set out every single item that we have referred. We indicate to whom it's been referred. We also indicate when it was referred. That can give you a sense of where, and then we give you a sense of the status. So that detail is there. Are there security threats? Unfortunately, we still get them. Some of them come as a normal pushback, which is manageable. Some of it comes as intimidation, which we then deal with, and some of it does come as threats to individuals. Thus far, there hasn't been anything unusual in terms of the type of items we have to deal with, but it is still of concern that some of our auditors do get threatened. When I think we come next time around, we can provide you with a more comprehensive report of the types of incidents that we're seeing, but nothing new, let me put it that way. Thank you.
Well, colleagues, that's the report which I think it presents a sense of comfort into how the office of the Auditor-General is operating. I was very happy when you made a highlight on error that relates to non-submission of financial statements. Because if you can do that for us, by the way, make an assessment within this period, 5-year period. You can do it probably even beyond that. That all those institutions that started by non-submission, where have they ended? You know, non-submission of financials at times end up taking those institutions into insolvency. You know, because they start by failing to account cumulatively, while they receive at times bailouts to keep them into operations. But due to the failure, which is indicative of their own inability in both governance and the actual areas of administrative functionality. And they would end up into that kind of a dip, one way or the other. Well, it would help us to make that assessment so we can drive a point that where it starts is when the Office of the Speaker accepts a letter which says we're not going to submit or going to submit later, and that later is observed and it becomes another later and later as a matter of compliance. You see, so you might assist in terms of that assessment and direct in terms of advice. How should we as well use our arm for that occurrence to be brought into a stop because it's undesirable. You know, so I think we must appreciate that. Thank you very much for taking us through on these matters. Though this is a matter of compliance, as a complying into these matters, it brings some kind of a dynamic points, which are not only related to yourselves as the office of the AG, because you service the country, you service the institution, service government, service those auditees. So wise to come with this in terms of the internal environment of the Office of the Auditor-General. It says a lot of what we face on a daily basis to ensure that your work is being done and done proficiently. So with a standard which is kept, and thanks to the chairperson of the audit committee and your committee, you have been with us for a longer period of time today because we took the report in a different mode. But thank you very much for giving us that report, because matters which are of compliance, they at times bring in some kind of internal trick in as far as how the institutions succumb to some other pressures and they slip towards non-functionality. So today you are here to say you are happy and therefore remain happy on the detail that you have provided us. We're happy that you have guaranteed that you follow our decisions when they come to the committee, and as such, you have an outlook of following the accounting office, which relates to the office of the DAG in this instance, and together with the Auditor-General. For us, that gives life into the institution. Thanks, colleagues, for assessing what is going on in the office of the Auditor-General. It's on the basis of such that we justifiably make our own piece of work, because we are a standing committee, because we are charged as such by statute, and our existence is to show that this office is functional at all times. Thank you very much to the media and all those who are present today. The meeting adjourns. Thank you very much. Governor Matuba, I was very honest to you.
Yeah.
You were broken exactly at that point. Thank you. Travel safely and enjoy your weekends. I'm told that lunch is served here. It's a sitting lunch. Yeah, there's a dining hall next door. Next door.
Recording stopped.
The person who's going to take my food.
Yeah, lounge, right?
Somebody must take care of my food, please.
Yeah, lounge.
No fruitless expenditure.
Yeah, lounge.
Yeah.